Hello? Hello, hello? Hello? It was a little bit difficult to reach my stream deck right now because I have a cat right in front of me. And a fan in front of that again. So, but hello, we're here. We are doing something different again today. No, not that different, but not playing Corpscur, but we're playing Love and Deepspace today. But hey, Chung Boy, it has been a while. It's been a while. Yeah, how you doing? How you doing? Also, Ghost is today's first. Today's first today. It's been a while. It's been a whale. Well, hopefully that won't happen today. Because I don't whale in these games. No. I don't have the money for that. It would be nice though, but no. Are you getting ready for work? I see. Yeah, because it's early in the morning for you, right? Isn't it? If I remember correctly, you were like ahead of me. Like early, like I don't know how many hours, but at least ahead of me. But yeah, so I don't understand why she's like this. She's just sitting here, wanting to be close to me, even if it's really hot outside. It's like I don't want any extra heat by you being near me. I don't know why you want that, because it's just, I don't know. It's not normal. But how are you guys doing though? What is up with you? And what are your plans? Do you have any plans this weekend? She knows it's stream time. I mean, she's been here for... Well, so I watched some animes before I went live. And she's been here since then. And she hasn't moved. But maybe she subconsciously knew that I'm gonna be back here anyway, shortly, so you know, might as well. I would have moved the camera so you could see her, but I have... So the way that my camera is placed... So I have a key light that is my lighting, and it's attached to my desk. And then the camera is attached to the key lights with some rubber bands. So I can't move the camera. Like it's stuck there. So I can't move it around. I mean I could, but it would just be such a hassle. Been playing Obscure all day. Are you... What act are you in? See, I'm probably gonna be playing... Well, if I am live tomorrow, which I'm planning on being, but I'm not gonna promise anything. I've had some... I don't know. This week has been rough sleep-wise because it's been so hot. So I had to have a nap before stream as well, just to make sure that I had the energy for streaming. Because it's been so difficult to sleep, and I wake up having like a headache all day because I don't get enough sleep. So it's been rough. But if I am streaming tomorrow, I'm planning on continuing playing Corpscur. I don't want to drag it on much longer, but I won't lie, it is really difficult for me to sit down and decide to stream that game, just because I'm kind of over it. I'm kind of over the story, but I also want to finish it. So Act 2. Going to the old place now. The old place. Like Old Lumiere? Yeah, I guess that is Act 2. That's true. But yeah, I hope you are enjoying it though. It is a good game. I think the problem for me was just streaming it. Maybe I would have enjoyed it more if I didn't stream it, because I think I realized maybe like this year that it's difficult for me to stream RPGs for the first time now, because I get too invested in it to the point where I just want to play it every day, but I don't want to necessarily stream every day because that is a lot of work, you know? So if I have long breaks and stuff and I just lose the momentum, I guess. I lose the steam. It's a depressing game when you really look at it. True. It is, but I didn't really feel depressed playing it. But yeah, I mean, you have experienced something sad as well in the game now at this point, so I know what you mean. Well, I guess the whole theme of the game is kind of depressing. But you enjoying it fully? I thought you would. I thought you would. Because of the parrying. I know you love the parry. But yeah, so today, what we're gonna do is we're gonna be playing Love and Deepspace. And I don't remember last time I streamed Love and Deepspace. It has been at least maybe a couple of months, maybe. So I didn't stream it when Raphael had his myth coming out last month. I did that on my own. But I figured, you know, I do want to stream this myth. I realized. I don't know why this and not Raphael's. I don't know why. But I just wanted to. And no, you know what? Now that I think about it, I think I know why. It's because I didn't have enough pulls for Raphael's myth, and I also, like, if I knew that I needed to, you know, buy some extra packs and stuff to be able to pull to get the myth, I was like, I don't want to do that on stream. Is that like, but now I do have enough to at least get one card, and that's all you need to go through the story now. You only need one of the two cards to go through the myth story instead of both. You had to do that before. And you also had to level them up, so there was a lot of work. So I did stream it when Caleb came out with his myth, and that was a thing with his myth as well. So I had to level them up. And I did that. But that was in two separate streams. So I pulled for it in one stream, and then the next one I had some time to level both the cards up, and then we went through the story. But today we can do both. We can do both, because I also have enough pulls to get at least one of them without having to spend any money, which is honestly kind of surprising, because they just had a kind of like a fake wedding banner. So I pulled for that too, but I only pulled for my two mains though, instead of all 5. So it didn't take as much as I was afraid that it would. So, and something that they do when the game is like reaches the #1 spot for the day in China, they reward the players with 20 extra pulls and some extra stuff too. So I also have 20 extra pulls because they reached #1 today after the myth was dropped. They do that with any event, or at least myths, but I think they do with every event. But myths are like something extra special. So once they reach #1 on the revenue and stuff in the app stores, they give us some extra rewards. So that helps. That helps too. It's been so long, you think you still don't have you didn't have finals at the time? Yeah, I don't remember. But it has been a while. So that's what we're gonna do today. And I have struggled. I've struggled with not clicking on anything related to the event, because they update the server at 5 AM my time. So it's been, well, several hours since then. Several hours since then. So, you know, I am looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it. I mean, we might as well just open it up, the game. Let me just do that in the background, because I don't know how long the loading screen will take. I don't think it's gonna take too long though, but yeah, so when they have myths, they tend to have like a whole event with some story stuff and like daily tasks related to the event. So I can't do all of it today on stream, but we're gonna do what we can. But I haven't started doing that. Hey, Bad at Games, hello, hello, fellow Norwegian. Indeed, indeed. How you doing? Okay, let me pause the music. Ah. There we go. There we go. We're doing good. I'm glad. I'm glad you're doing good. I'm also doing good. I am also doing good. Just moving, so it's a little bit more aligned. I think that's good. Maybe. Maybe. But yeah, it's nice to see you though. It's nice to see you. Also, it might be a little loud. I don't know. You tell me. I haven't really used the emulator in a good while now. So I didn't know how long the loading screen would take.
I'm getting sleepy. As for any unfinished business, I'll do it tomorrow.
So this is Xavier, who we're gonna pull for today, who has his myth coming out, and this is from the myth. My background. So what I have, when I've streamed this game before, if you haven't been here while I've streamed Love and Deepspace before, anytime there's an event, I have also changed my wallpaper to like reflect the events that is going on. So that's why we have that there.
I heard a new barbecue restaurant opened up nearby. Let's eat there when you aren't busy.
Music feels a bit loud, but it's fine. Well, I can turn it down. I can turn it down. But okay, let's just jump right into the event. I think they're just gonna start right off. See, the red dots indicate that I have not clicked on this at all. So I don't know. I think it just jumps straight into like a story thing.
My only important person disappeared.
No, maybe not.
Was I not supposed to look for you?
Well, yeah, I have not done this. I have not done this. Shit, yeah, it is kind of loud. But okay. Yeah, so there are a lot of things that I haven't claimed. See, the art is so good. The art is so damn good. I actually had to make this my lock screen because it looks so nice. See, actually now we can do the rehearsal with the companion. So now we can do like the combat to see how it works, which I haven't done, obviously. So maybe we should just go straight into that. Is it really loud still? Because it is very loud for me, but I don't know about you guys. And we get some cards for doing that too. I just love the color scheme. Damn, I wish I could have this as like a dynamic type of wallpaper instead of just a static one. Wait, no. Before I forget, one thing that I need to do. So this is like a little glitch in the game that I need to do to. I don't know why I picked Raphael though, but today it's Xavier, so just that. It doesn't matter what I do now. It's just I'm just doing it for the glitch, which changed the hair color to what I want it to be. And it's weird that it doesn't have that as like a default, but it doesn't for some reason. So what you have to do then is that you just pick something that is in the store you don't own. Sure, let's just pick that. And then we just do that. And then it should have the hair color that I chose. Because the default is just black hair for some reason. I don't know why, but it is. So that's just what I needed to do.
You gave me the best answer.
Okay, let's do the companion rehearsal. Start with that. I think this one is supposed to be HP based. So all the companions have different main attributes, I guess you could say. So Xavier has one that is attack based and one that is defense based, and this is HP based, I think. So that's new. Yeah, it takes a little while to load. So these are also like the new outfits that you can have for your MC as well. I kind of like. Yeah, it's a little bit laggy at first because sometimes it does that with combat. It does that with combat. Hey, Tusta. Which you can understand why I haven't really been using the the emulator when I have my phone, which is much better than just using it on my PC. The combat is easier on PC though, because I have remapped the buttons for my controller, which makes the combat slightly easier. Once a blade that guarded the kingdom, it is now a black edge that cuts down the dead. Behind the shining realm, Xavier stands alone in cinders fall as the king of dark night. He wields his great sword in a world of illusion. Severing faith built on lies and pilgrimage paths laid with bones. Darkness may consume all, but the will to protect is carved into his soul. Lumen flora will bloom again, and the radiant ripples will still stir at his feet. Okay. When fighting alongside Xavier, you will gain Dark Knight Coronation. After combat starts, Dark Knight Coronation will have a 30. In combat, you will stack time casting support skills will also stack last words for you. If last words, however, 1 stack, casting an active skill consumes 1 stack and reduce. So I never really learned the combat by reading these things. I just jump right into it and hope for the best. No, I just learn by doing instead of reading, pretty much. Well, in Dark Knight Reading. Okay, let's just do it. The basics are pretty much the same.
Can you keep up?
It just takes a little bit before it's
Pay attention to its movements.
not lagged anymore.
I shall be the judge.
That's so funny.
The enemies are weak. Now's our chance.
Honestly, that's hilarious. The Princess Carrie.
Watch out. It's getting back up.
But yeah,
I shall be the judge. The enemies are weak. Now's our chance. Can you keep up?
I don't have this button remapped though.
There shall be no mercy. End it.
Oh, that's the button. I see. I haven't used this in so long.
Slaughter. Be reduced to ashes. The enemies are weak. Now's our chance.
Okay, let's try out the
Life and death,
ult.
hand in hand. All must die.
Obviously, this is just a trial thing, so it's not. It's pretty basic, but it's just to see what the combat looks like.
Watch out. It's getting back up.
Also, I'm not a huge fan of using the staff,
The enemies are weak. Now's our chance.
but that's kind of what goes with the
Time.
companion.
There
You
shall
can
be
switch weapons, but it's just not the best.
pouring last words.
It is better to just use
I shall be the judge.
the weapon that goes with the companion.
Watch out.
Otherwise, you will be at a disadvantage.
Watch out. It's trying to take you down with it. I shall be the judge. The enemies are weak. Now's our chance.
Okay, let's
Life and death.
see. Now it's not as laggy. It just takes a little while to adjust.
Sever.
This is the only one that I don't have remap because they started with that with the
There
new
shall be no
myths.
Be careful not to get. Watch out. It's getting back up.
With the button being in that spot, so I have to click it manually.
Watch out. Or perish. Can you keep up? I shall be the judge. The enemies are weak. Now's our chance. Time for slaughter.
It's kind of clunky just having to use the mouse to use a skill, but that's fine. That's fine.
I shall be the judge. Pay attention to its movements. Life and death, hand in hand.
So doing these aren't really like challenging or anything, so I'm not doing it optimally. I'm just looking at how each of the attacks work.
Perish. Pay attention to its moves. I shall be the judge. The enemies are weak. Now
So like this attack,
time for slaughter.
I'm not quite sure if I understand how it works with the active skill. Well, no, the act.
Watch out. It's getting better.
That one is cool though.
I shall be the judge. Be reduced to ashes.
Watch out. Get behind me.
End the story if you can't change it.
Yeah, so this happens if you get hit, then it's like they, you know, your companion can protect you from getting hit. And if you rank it up, you have like a cutscene doing it. And the outfit is kind of torn. I don't think I'm gonna plan on ranking up the cards or anything though. I just want the... We got this one! I really like this picture. Seeing how the guy lifts her up like she's... Well, yeah. I think in the myth, I don't know anything about the myth yet until... Like, unless it's what I've seen in the trailer already. But I think they're supposed to be... like, both king and queen in this myth. Wait, I need to see what these are. Yeah, so a lot of these are things that I can't do today. Because it says complete eight explorations. And we have only 2 here. So you can only do like 2 each day. So let's do that. Okay, we're getting straight into the story. With the pilgrimage ceremony fast approaching, the coffin-made boat travels more frequently between the cinders to riverbanks. When the ferryman rests, I take over his duties. The boat still travels across the waters, and I collect a silver coin. But when I encounter revenants who lack the required currency, I don't turn them away. I let them offer stories instead.
In Philos, the tyrant constructed a throne made of the bones of enemy leaders.
Is the voice a little low? I'm not sure.
I heard he owns a certain painting of the royal capital. It's in the palace, and no one is allowed to touch it.
It is low, okay. Because I can't really adjust the balance between background sounds and the voices.
One day, a rebellious noble burned one corner of it. And the tyrant leveled the entire territory and scraped away the dust from the city walls.
The lamp in the corner of the boat sways gently as I pull from the stern. I listen in stunned silence. When did he appear?
I'm not sure. The day Philos fell, I suppose.
That day, storm clouds raged across the sky. Darkness devoured the sun, and countless Philosians trembled in fear.
The NPCs in this game, the voice acting is so hilarious. Like, it's so... A lot of the time, it's so bad that I can't help but laugh. Hey, Craig! Hello, hello. How you doing? It's honestly hilarious. Hold on. Yeah, how you doing, Craig? Hope you're doing well. Alright, alright. I understand. Got swords. As the boat reaches the shore, the revenant stories come to an end. They bid me farewell and leave. As, I secure the mooring rope and turn when a mysterious chill creeps up behind me.
that tale captivated you.
Hmm. Its protagonist leans against a broken monument. With his arms crossed, he looks serene. Yeah, so what I take from, like, I think that in the story, he's supposed to be, like, evil, I guess. But something tells me that he's not really. But I guess we'll find out. Hope you're all well, and thanks for shouting, of course, of course. I don't know, having the fan right in my face is really drying out my sinuses. But I'm gonna die if I don't have it there.
It only took a few days for you to go on a side quest.
It's only a matter of time before the pilgrimage ceremony is held. Now is the time to gather information. In a few days, I've already uncovered new intel about the path of pilgrimage. It's been 2 months since I arrived here, and a legend circulates in every corner of the city of revenants. If one finds the Tree of Life at the end of the path of pilgrimage, the revenants can be reborn and return to Philos. So, for those of you who don't know, the Philos is like his home planet, and he Xavier is like basically a time traveler, and he traveled from his home planet to, well, the planet that we're on, and so I wonder how it all ties into his other stories and where in the timeline it is, I guess, because I don't know any of that. I don't know any of that yet. I, the Revenant's chosen one, and the former king of Philos are the only 2 individuals who can be considered alive. Yet our chance encounters are so frequent that I wonder if he's here because of me.
Intel? Are you referring to your collection of 99 myths? They sound like the perfect household item for propping up wobbly table legs.
Some are far-fetched, I admit, but there are countless stories about returning to Philos. What if one of them is true? I've already identified several locations where the evidence for these tales holds substantial weight. Do you want to investigate them with me? When he doesn't respond, I pretend to be dejected and turn away. Suppose I'll do it by myself. What if I run into those insane Revenant Knights? I can't fight them, so you'll end up losing a very important companion.
How many places are you planning to visit?
3. 3 places at most. His dark-colored cloak swirls behind him as he raises his palm and makes a soft call towards the sky. A moment passes. A horse revenant clad in silver armor emerges from the mist. Its hooves make no sound, and its eyes burn with faint blue flames.
Get on.
Get on? How does that work as a link? It's because you didn't have a space between the punctuation, or like the... You need to have space between the 2. Steadfast, he gently pulls me up. Then the muffled sound of galloping echoes in the mist. Okay, now we're gonna do exploration points, I guess. So this is what they mean by exploration points and how many attempts you have. So the event itself lasts for... Damn, now it's loud again. So the event lasts for about, I think it's 18 days or something? Sometimes it's, no, I guess it's 2 weeks. I don't know, sometimes it depends. So if you get 2 attempts each day, eventually you will have enough within, well, so you don't have to check in every day to do it, but obviously I'm doing that. I don't like saving everything for last minute. Yeah. What is this one? Okay. Traces of monsters spotted outside the castle. Stay sharp and be ready. That's all? Pathetic. Okay, let's go into combat. So I can't choose any of the cards or anything here. It's just decided for you. So it will be the same for everyone. I can't lower the music by itself. Maybe, but it hasn't really been necessary before. I can check in the menu. I mean, it might be possible. I just haven't really had to do it before.
You and I will turn the tables. I shall be the judge.
The enemies are weak. Now's our chance. It seems to have changed its moves. Keep up the momentum. Watch out. Can you keep up? Watch out. It's getting back up. The enemies are weak.
But yeah, I mean,
Time for slaughter.
it's gonna be different when I go into like some actual challenging combat, because then I would have to learn how to
No mercy.
do it properly. But,
Boring last words.
and I wonder how it is when I have to use my own cards,
I shall be the judge.
The enemies are
because part of the gameplay here is that you collect cards and you have
Watch out.
something called protocors that will help the strength of your cards and stuff.
The enemies are weak. Now's our chance.
And what are the equivalents in like other similar games? I don't know. I don't remember, because I've never played like Genshin or anything like that, but I know they have their own equivalent to it. So you have certain items that you have to add to it to make your companion stronger. And that's like the challenging part of the combat. That and being able to defeat them within the time limit. After spending so much time in the castle, I'm surprised to see that this Revenant city feels lived in. Full of warmth even. Xavier, look, they're selling wood carvings over there. Why does this carving look like you? The furrowed brow and cold expression. He's menacingly holding a sword too. He holds a sword menacingly. And this little figurine that's radiating light. It's you, yes? Wait, you bought them? Why? Just in case you get bored during your travels. After all, haven't you always complained that I lack warmth? Exploration complete. Okay, let me check the... Let me check the... Okay, I need to check in here as well, because there's some free stuff that I need to get. Yes, we're gonna do this. We're gonna start pulling soon. I just need to make sure that I get all the stuff that I need. Okay, let's see. Quality... No, voice. No. Okay, so I have lowered it before. Okay, we can have voice louder then. Okay. There we go. And then we have to go here and claim all these because we get some kind of currency for the event itself. So I'm gonna buy some of these, or all of them. And then we can start pulling. Start pulling. I can have this up a little bit more. Have you? I am watching that Ghost. I am watching it. Let's see. Is it tomorrow it comes out? I think it's on Saturdays. Yeah. Yeah, I am all caught up on that. It is really good. Okay, just gonna do that first to get that out of the way. Okay, let's start. Let's see. Let's see. So the maximum pity is 70. So this is just, it just carries over from the last banner. So that's why it says 67. And just to show, I haven't done anything. I haven't pulled anything before. I'm starting from scratch. Okay. See, we have 35. And then this equals about... Well, my math isn't the best, as we know. I don't do math. But it should be enough for one card at least, I think. Yeah, we're just gonna skip that because so they give you like a sound cue when you get a 5-star card. Let me just claim that. Wait, I think that's the... No, it wasn't. Never mind. The music is too loud to hear it. That has been a complaint a lot of people have had too. It's not just here, but it's... Sometimes the music, the background music for the... When you pull, kind of overshadows the sound cue that lets you know. So I can't necessarily hear it all the time, but you know, that makes it maybe more exciting. I don't know. You don't have many romance animes in your book, but this one made you. It is really good. It is really good. It's really cute. I also enjoy it. I also am very, well, I wouldn't say very picky with romance animes. It's just, I just have a lot of romance animes that people tend to love. I don't necessarily love. Okay, nothing here. Claim that too. Okay. No. The music was a little bit quiet, so I was like, okay, let's hear. But no, it wasn't the one. Okay, so we have 40 pulls. No. Darling in the Franxx, if you had to guess. I haven't watched it. 50 pulls. I think we got it here. Yes. Just please say that I'm winning the 50-50. Oh, it is Xavier. Yes? Yes, we got one! We got one! See? We got one of the event cards. How many pulls was that? Ooh. Affinity 105. 60 pulls. So it was at hard, like, almost at full hard pity, but you know. 69 pulls. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to ruin it. I'm gonna pull until I have used up all my pulls though, because I am planning on having both of them. But if I don't get the second one today, there's no rush because, I mean, there's another 13 days, so. Wait. We got... Already? Wait! It was a... Wait. Wait. Yes? What do you mean? That took 70 pulls? I got both cards in 70 pulls? That's actually insane for me. I was at hard, like, I was at the pity resets. I was at 69. That's like one away from... Okay, that's very lucky. We got the companion. Look at that! Because you need both cards to get the companion. Damn. Okay, that was... Hold on, I just need to take a screenshot. There we go. Ah. Dude, that was so lucky! What? Damn. See? 70 pulls. I was not expecting that. Not gonna lie. That makes me happy. That makes me happy. Well, you know what? I should have enough to level up both cards.
My only important person.
I think. Let's see. I'm just gonna use some of these points. Okay, I'm gonna buy everything eventually, but I vaguely remember saying that, but I don't remember the context. I don't remember the context. Dude, I did not... I'm honestly kind of surprised that it took so little to get both cards. I was not expecting that at all. Okay, let's see. So we have these. This one is like... So you see the difference here is the moon and the sun. So the moons are like regular cards, I guess. But sun cards are like the myths are always sun cards. So they're like they're like a pair of cards that you should have in combat. So we get the second one for this once we reach the end of the event and used up all the exploration points. So won't get the second one of these until the end. Wait. Yeah, I was gonna rank up this because I got all the cards. So get some extra diamonds from doing that too. I'm wondering if I should pull for Xavier's cards, like the myth cards, until I get the crates, which is at 150 pulls. I can't believe I won both 50/50s there too. I don't think you guys understand how lucky that was that I got both cards that early. I was thinking that I would probably just get one of them today, but not both, and the second one in less than 10 pulls after the first one. It's insane luck, to be honest. So I'm really happy with that. But yeah, we're just gonna... I have saved up some upgrade materials. So I'm just gonna... Oh! Oh, we leveled up with the affinity again. But yeah, after this, we're gonna start the myth story. Was we getting... I don't know. We could just run the ad right away. I'm just gonna level these up anyway, so it's not like it's anything too important to miss out on. I had a feeling that the cards would be red. So they all have like their own stalactrum, as they call it. And all the myth pairs are different from each other, like with the same love interest. So he has one that is green and one that is yellow, but his secondary color is red, so I imagined that it would be red. So I had already saved up a lot of red crystals beforehand. Ads, yeah. Ads suck, but we do have to do it sometimes, unfortunately. Okay, I'm just gonna level up to 60 for now. And then I'm gonna level up the other one. Twitch is being a bomb again, gave you an ad after you refreshed. Wait, why should you get an ad? You're subbed. You shouldn't have ads at all. What? That shouldn't be a thing. I hope I have enough to get to 60. I think so. Well, I don't have enough money. Well. That's easily fixed. Refreshed again, so it's gone. Yeah, I mean, you shouldn't have ads at all. Even with channels where I'm not subbed, I don't get ads. So when you are subbed, you should definitely not get ads. That's really stupid. But then again, as you said, it is Twitch. Wow, I've gotten 3 levels. Okay, so I don't have enough for that. Well, I do. I could do that. But before that, Okay, let me just do this. Get some more gold here. 17 should be good. And then we can... Well, I do have these boxes, but I kind of just want to use some of these. Wait, you got a 1? Wait, is that a 1 or a 7? No, I think it's a 1. Hold on. A 1. Okay. A little bit more. Wait, how much do... No, okay, I don't have enough for that, so I'm gonna save it. I have so many of these anyway, so might as well. Might as well. It's like, I know I don't have to do this right now because luckily with the change they made where you don't have to level them up to 60. Because that was a thing before, you had to level them up to 60 before you could unlock the myth story, which you don't have to now. But I still just kind of want to do it. I need 1200. Oh, we're close. This should be enough, right? Maybe. Yeah! Okay. Ascend. Ascend with Gorb. Okay. We can go through the mist. What? I need to collect the things. We can go through the story now. Wait, overview? Oh, yeah. So here you can see all the companions that I have, and yay! It uses my character, my character's hair. See, that's why I did the glitch at the beginning. Yeah, the only companion outfits that I have are for Raphael's newest myth. I could get the other ones too, but you need to use like purple diamonds for it, and you only get those by using actual real money. Which I'm planning on doing ones, because you get like 300 when you get the monthly pass, which I always do. And I haven't used the ones that I got last time, but I need another monthly pass. Luckily they stack those, so I could do it right away. Damn, I have almost all the myths now. Okay, so I do have Foreseer Zane. I just haven't leveled it up. Or like I haven't... No, wait, I don't have Foreseer. Never mind. This is like the standard myths too. So it's not limited, so I can get it at any point. But I somehow have not gotten any of those cards. But this is the only limited myth that I do not have. And that is... Silas's, but it's gonna be rerun in December, I think. So I'm gonna get it then. I'm gonna get it then. What outfit should we have on? I usually just default to this one. Yeah, these are the... These two are the new ones. I like them. You can get like a pack where you can get both of them in one, and that costs like 600 something. So that's what I did with the Raphaels as well. So I'm planning on doing that. But okay. Let's... Oh, there's a lot to redeem here.
You gave me the
Huh?
best.
Meow? It's serious. Serious. It's always serious with serious. Okay. Let's... Yeah, I have some things that I haven't gone through yet, story-wise. So that's why it says new. Okay. This is the downfall of Philos and the story of your life. Okay. Okay. So what used to happen was that you got like one. You could unlock one right away. And then I think it was after level 20 maybe? Or 30? You got like one fragment to unlock each chapter. So thankfully you don't have to do that anymore. That was such a good change that they added. It's as if I've been in a long dream. My consciousness is an immobilized seed that's buried deep in dark soil. The space around me is compressed into an endless void. Without any reference points, it is impossible to sense the passage of time. My memories are no different from a thick fog now, yet occasionally I hear voices in the distance. They fluctuate between being near and far. There are jubilant cheers from the living and sorrowful sobs from the dead.
I will find you.
Who? His voice is akin to hallucination born from endless waiting. However, it is the only ray of light penetrating this blackness. I don't always hear it, but when I do, the faint light advances a little further into the void. In this endless waiting, I sense the heavy darkness, it slowly recedes. Wait, I didn't know that there was a stop there. Okay, I adjusted the sound so I can have the volume up a little bit more. I'm hearing some loud cars outside. Okay, never mind. And after traveling for what feels like centuries, that light grabs my wrist. Hold tightly. I beg of you, don't let go. Please pull me out of this endless void. Please lead me out of centuries of darkness and solitude. Let there be light.
The Chosen One has been summoned. She shall deliver us, Philos' survivors, from the endless darkness.
The chosen one has been summoned. She shall deliver us, Philos' survivors, from the endless darkness.
My vision gradually comes into focus, and a shattered dome ceiling materializes. Below the altar, countless pale faces emerge from the firelight. Their gazes, fixated on me, are empty despite burning with great intensity.
We will return to Philos prior to the apocalypse.
Return to Philos? What are they talking about? Where am I? Bewildered, I lower my head and stare at my hands. My fingertips retain a faint warmth. My wrist is suddenly pulled upward. Wearing white robes, the bishop drags me to the center of the altar with an irresistible force. Excruciating pain pierces my palm. The gem on his scepter is as sharp as a blade, and blood falls.
Behold, she possesses a vessel of flesh and blood!
The way that the cheering just suddenly started. Garbed in white, the acolytes cheer at the sight of my blood. While this absurd scene unfolds, a strange trembling rises. I feel it in my feet. But it's not that I'm afraid. Rather, the ground is actually shaking. Reminiscent of thunder, the sound of horse hooves approaches. From my position on the altar, I can see a figure wearing black armor. The individual smashes the monastery gates to pieces.
Oh, it's him.
The tyrant! Oh!
The kneeling acolytes lift their heads one by one. They are shocked at the sight of the trembling stone doors. Then, the doors break. Amidst flying stone fragments, an arc of black and gold steel cuts the acolyte leader in half. I'm sure he had it coming.
Stop the Mad King at once!
The acolyte's shouts and cries are silenced by the gleam of his blade as it swung. Unwilling to hesitate any longer, I quickly jump down from the altar, step over the white robes strewn across the floor, and slip into a shadowy hiding place.
My lady!
Be quiet. I'll count to 3 and let go. I suggest you answer my questions. With his mouth covered, the acolyte nods. However, his expression shows excitement instead of fear. Who am I, or who is he? I have no interest in knowing who he is. Who is he? Do you know the man who charged into this place?
He is the sinner who destroyed Philos.
A sinner? Oh, I can ask all of them. Who am I?
You are the chosen one from Philos. The Cinder's waters washed you ashore. For a long time, we were waiting for you to awaken.
Who are you?
We are acolytes who belong to the Order of Babel. We reside in the most scholarly, sacred monastery in Cindersfell.
The Order of Babel? Cindersfell?
You are here to help us to return to Philos.
See, now I'm really curious about how this ties in. And how did they get here from Philos? My memories are hazy, my mind clouded. I can't remember anything about myself. They keep calling me the Chosen One, but how can a person's name and identity be reduced to a cold, impersonal title? See, this is kind of how the game treats the MC, or like the story. Like, she's always seen as this either sacrifice or like some sort of means to an end. Which is always part of what she like needs to break through and stuff. Hey Zach! Just want to let you know you're about to watch the Lord of Mystery sub. We'll report your findings. Or dub, yeah. That's good. Yeah, I did hear it was gonna be out in a few hours when I read about it earlier today. So I'm glad that it is out now. Yeah, do tell me. I'm probably gonna check it out once it is uploaded somewhere, anywhere. Yeah, I am really curious about it. Also, let me give you shouty outy. I barely made it out of that darkness alive. I'm not going to die here. How do I leave? The acolyte holds my hands with an iron grip. His voice is tinged with a childlike fanaticism.
You're awake. Why should we leave? You shall save us all.
You're mistaken. I can't save anyone. The whistle of the sword's edge was getting closer and closer, yet the acolyte stood frozen like a statue. Damn it, what are you waiting for? We need to run. He's not the only one. The other acolytes have also fallen to their knees to worship something. Their singing grows more fervent with each verse. I have no interest in killing him. I'm just gonna push him aside. The acolyte staggers back and crashes into the brazier behind him. The flames leap and engulf his white robe. His body dissolves into swirling dust. Oh, damn. Well, I guess we killed him anyway. These people, all of them are... I whip my head around to look at their devout expressions. Under the lights, none of them casts a shadow. Yeah, because, I mean, if he got returned to ash, like, if he got turned into ash that quickly, then that obviously isn't really normal. These acolytes and the old man who cut my palm earlier, they're revenants. The Cindersfell they spoke of truly is a place inhabited only by the dead.
Xavier, relinquish that sword which is bathed in the blood of your brethren. If you do, I shall forgive your slaughter and absolve you of your sins.
Sins? What crimes did I commit to become a sinner? Is teaching the dead to cease their incessant chatter a crime?
You...
I take a deep breath, force myself to calm down, and hide in the shadows.
An assassin sought death at the castle. Was it your doing? They always waste their last breath singing the hymns you taught them. It is very annoying.
Using the narrow gap in front of me, I watch as the figure approaches the bishop.
Philos' prophecy rings true. The Chosen One has appeared, and the land will be saved. This city, as well as your fate, shall...
The firelight dances as long hair cascades from underneath the man's crown. A soft, gentle glow is reflected. Did I get it? I did! It took me 70 pulls to get both cards. Not just one, but both. Which is like... It was wild because I got it within the first 60 tries. It took me almost a hard pity, the first card. And then the next 10 pulls I did, I got the second one right away. So it was like... I think it was less than 5 pulls afterwards. Like, or the 5th card after the first one. So I was really lucky. I didn't even have to use up all my diamonds. And I was prepared to have to... maybe have to save up more, but I didn't even use up the ones that I have. Orange Weebus, yeah. Exactly. Must be that streamer luck. But also, how you doing, Chris? How you doing? Let me hold on. Let me give you shouty outy. Orange Weebus? No, I said Orange Weebus. Yeah, okay. I said Orange Weebus. That's not what I meant. I just saw a G there that wasn't there, you know? But yeah, I was really lucky. I'm so... I was honestly kind of shocked.
Your life is about to be snuffed. Where is this so-called chosen one?
He steps forward, his black and gold boot treading on the hem of the bishop's robe.
Are they preoccupied with praying for your salvation?
You, irredeemable traitor! You are the sinner who destroyed Philos!
Clang. Clang. The bishop's scepter is sliced in half. He backs away until he collapses against a confessional. Thank you for the shout out. You doing all right? That's good. But of course I'm gonna shouty outy you. Just seen Duos is coming to Night Rain on the 30th. Ooh, that's good. Honestly, that's really good. I'm glad that they're doing that. Drink water. Thank you. Are you playing Night Rain right now?
She shall be the harbinger of your demise. You are here to die.
That is where I must correct you. I'm here to attend your funeral.
You're wasting your energy. You cannot kill me, nor can you.
Everything seemingly comes to a standstill. Then a corpse slowly settles onto the ground under that man's feet. He kicks up dust. The stifled groans fade while the night wind extinguishes the last flickering flame on the altar. The man slowly lowers his blade. Surrounded by sparks and dancing cinders, he descends the long staircase. I'm stunned, and my fingertips are numb. They can almost feel the reverberations from that sword's deadly swing. In the darkness, the sound of footsteps grows more distant. Is he gone? Still tense, I wait for what seems like an eternity before I use the wall to support myself. I cautiously step out from my hiding place. He's probably hiding too, waiting for me to like come out of the hiding spot. Not at the moment. You're watching some top lads content. Nice. You haven't missed much. We had this is just the first chapter, so we were summoned by some acolytes to, I guess, take down Xavier or something. Popcorn. Treat yourself, Ghost. I need to leave. The entire hall is deathly silent. There's only rubble and a white robe on the floor. Stone pillars have collapsed, and flames creep along the spilled wax on the cracked floor. Ghostly lights frolic across the walls. I turn and thud. A sharp blade, having been thrown past me, is now embedded in the stone wall behind me. I knew it! The night breeze plays with his long hair, but he doesn't move. He stares at me for a long, long time. Part of me feels as if we're not meeting for the first time. I could almost believe we're reuniting after being separated for years. Well, that's because that's true. We probably just died in between those two meetings. So, out of all the guys, the only one we know for sure that has had only one life is Xavier. He's not like he had. Well, I mean, I don't know if this myth will prove that theory to be wrong, but he has just time traveled. Like he has not. He doesn't age. So he's, I don't know, several centuries old, but he we are the ones who get reborn. We die and get reborn, but we still have that connection to each of the love interests, even through different timelines and different lives. So I guess, you know, we can kind of feel that there is something there, even though we don't know for sure. How you all doing? Doing pretty good. Can't complain. I honestly, can't say that I slept well today, but it's after a little bit of thunder yesterday. This is probably the best sleep that I've had all week, even though it was kind of subpar. So I still needed to take a nap before stream to be able to stream. But doing pretty good otherwise. But how are you though? And you're today's turd. However, the solution is shattered by his next move. The man they call a Mad King leans down. He lifts the tip of his sword, and it touches my throat.
Only the dead dwell in Cindersfell.
Well, I'm not dead.
So, who exactly are you?
Interesting. Yeah, so they talked about everyone being like revenants. And the only ones, like when we started the event story earlier, it said that only the revenants and me and Xavier were the only ones alive. Or alive, I guess, because the other ones aren't alive, but which is kind of interesting. See, this is also why I said that this whole myth gives kind of like a mix between Final Fantasy and Dark Souls vibes, because of all the, you know, all the dead and all the talk of Cinder. And you know, just, you know, kind of parts of the aesthetic too. A tale circulates every corner of Cindersfell. There was once a glorious kingdom called Philos. It fell during a catastrophic war. Everything perished, and a void swallowed the land. Death's shadow swept through every nook and cranny. Yet, if one could find the tree of life that connects life and death, it shall be reborn. They'll be able to embark on a journey home. And the one who will be their guide and light the path is the chosen one of Philos. And that is supposed to be us. We're supposed to be the chosen one. The sword rests near my throat. The slightest movement will kill me. You heard everything.
Indeed.
You are the chosen one foretold in the epic poems.
Death approaches as an inexplicable rage boils within me. I grit my teeth and speak. Can the words of the dead be considered a prophecy? They're nothing more than last words. You want to kill me because I was crowned with the title of the Chosen One. He doesn't respond as he studies my expression. He reminds me of a hunter examining the desperate state of his prey in its final moments. Release me. Although taking one's life is easy, it's also boring. Many revenants have already fallen. You still need more playthings?
They must pay the price for pursuing eternity.
See, this is very interesting, because part of the theme of the game, like, if you boil it down to something very simple, it's pretty much about the... I don't know, all the bad people kind of go after immortality and living for eternity. But the true blessing is actually being able to die. You know? Because it's also part of the MC, the MC's power. Like, she can't truly die. Like, she will always be reborn. But it's also like, kind of like an endless cycle, in a sense. The scene with the big brazier, or is it in the middle of the church type building, was very Dark Souls. Yeah. Yeah, Tusta, she's back on my desk. She was sitting here earlier as well. Also, let me turn on this light.
And as luck would have it, you've caught my interest. Cindersville can only be inhabited by the dead. You are alive.
But so are you. I have no idea how I even arrived here. Can you hear her? You hear like she was rubbing her face up against the mic, and you could hear like the almost like the smacking sound of her mouth, but not the purring. At least that's what I heard. Also, do you want, no, I can't reach the, do you want to say hi? Of course you lie down as soon as I switch the scene. Yeah, I have no idea how I even arrived here. All my memories remain trapped in those centuries and shrouded in darkness. They're akin to seeds buried underground. If you wish to slay me, then do it. I'll be able to join their ranks as a rep.
Gambling with your life isn't how you properly threaten someone. Let's not forget, a death wish is an easy request to fulfill. And that this blade can only cut down the dead.
No wonder people hate him with a burning intensity. To be hunted even in their semblance of an afterlife saps away their chances of happiness.
In any case, I have no intention of killing you.
Truly? The wound on my palm reopened during our struggle. Blood trickles down my wrist. He pauses and furrows his brows as he stares at my wound. Then he pulls my hand to the right. Then he pulls my hand to be right in front of his eyes. Is he like those fanatical acolytes? Has he not seen a person bleed in eons? He tears a piece of cloth from the hem of my skirt. With his gaze lowered, he wraps the makeshift bandage around my palm. What is he trying to do? Is this how you make people submit? You threaten them with a sword before offering bait?
Don't move. I only stopped the bleeding. Your wound hasn't healed.
Answer me first. Ah, Hey, Justa. He ties a knot over my wound, picks up his heavy sword, and turns to leave. My mind tumbles further into chaos. I jump down from the stone coffin and grab the corner of his cloak. Why are you changing your mind again? He turns around. A moment passes before he offers a faint smile.
Perhaps I'm wondering how someone who bleeds so easily could be a savior.
I slowly let go of him.
Danger lurks in every crevice here.
Ah,
Stay alert.
no lagging. Lagging.
I wish you luck.
Thank you. Hey, Tusta. Oh, do you want to say hi? Hey, can you show your face? No. Hey. Hey, Tusta. Okay. I just love the music that they use in all the cards as well. It's just simple background music, but it's so good. The sky darkens as moonlight disappears in the canopy of trees. I need to read the sentences before I read them out loud. The thick, tangled branches obscure the paths ahead, but the scenery remains vivid in my memory. No matter where you are in Philos, you need only look up to see the imposing, gloomy castle. In its opulence, it stands with a solitary majesty.
The moon is bright here. I was looking at a moon like this when I died.
How was I slain? I can't remember. It could have happened on the battlefield. Or those monsters that bite people.
See, this is also very interesting. So, in the main story and the lore we know about Philos, well, I guess it's not the main story, but it is still the canon story. Philos was so everyone was from this earth, you know, but they created Philos. And everyone turned out to be immortal there because there was something that sustained them and kept them alive. And that turned out to be the MC, like, because she can't die. And so at first they offered people, like the king of Philos, which is Xavier's father, he sacrificed people to help sustain Philos and help everyone else stay alive. But eventually they found out about MC not being able to die, so she was just sacrificed over and over again to help sustain the planet. And in the end, Xavier ended up killing his own dad to help save MC. So that I guess this is kind of like that's why they blame Xavier for the demise of Philos, because he chose to save the MC over his own kingdom, I guess, his own planet. And I just wonder how this ties in here, that these revenants keep coming back to life and stuff. And how they summoned the MC as well. From where? I have so many questions. But it's very interesting. Music is very atmospheric. All I need is a melody over some drones with a shitload of reverb. Yeah. Yeah.
When he rode past us on that horse, he splashed mud all over me.
Yes, he has this deathly, murderous air around him. I was so terrified that I didn't.
Okay, that was supposed to be really low, by the way. You were not supposed to hear him at all, it seemed. Looking towards the source of the voices, I see 3 revenants hanging from withered tree branches. They sway in the wind with their chatter. What? Who was the horseman? Can you tell me anything about him? Wait, they were hanging from the tree branch?
The sinner of Philos.
The tyrant who betrayed his own people.
He is the scoundrel who stopped us from returning to the land of light and eternity. Defeat him and take his head. Everyone hates his very existence.
Unsteady, the ropes sway. The one belonging to the last revenant snaps because of how agitated he was. The corpse plunges into the swamp below. Wait. So they hung themselves, but they just they just came back to life while still being like still hanging from the rope. I don't know, that just seems kind of silly.
It's getting dark, and the fog is coming. You'd better find a place to take shelter.
What is it about the fog? This world still feels unfamiliar to me. He's not wrong. My highest priority at the moment is finding a safe location. Where can I find such a place?
The city at the foot of the mountain, of course. It's the liveliest place in the area. The echoes of the royal capital still linger there.
You must navigate through the forest, the swampland, and the remnants of a battlefield. Remember to gaze at the moon. Once you reach the ferry's dock, you can cross the river.
I don't know why, but it's kind of giving me now I just got reminded of the Hobbit's little trip to the village of Bree.
Take a silver coin with you. The old ferryman has a nasty temper. If you're not careful, he'll kick you into the river.
Damn, we wouldn't want that. I look into the distance. At the westernmost edge of this land of exiles, the monastery sits in a secluded corner of the highlands. On the highlands. It's far away from where the Mad King resides. To reach Cindersfell, I need to traverse the forest and fog at the base of the mountain. The fourth moonlit night. The fog thickens and envelops the forest as daylight dims. Everything around me becomes a hazy blur. A broken bridge, and another end of the road. In the place of a crescent moon is one that wanes. Its reflection dances across the murky water's surface like countless spectral figures. Everything that falls into the water sinks without a trace, except for the moon's reflection. I mark a tree branch to trace my path. Then I turn around and continue my trek. Just I kind of stumbled. I don't know, it's just kind of funny and silly when cats manage to stumble because it's so rare. In a forest clearing, knights with pikes and silver armor sit around a fire. There are knights in a place like this? They aren't moving, and their lifeless eyes gaze up at the moon in the sky. You saw the camera wobble?
May Philos prosper under eternity's divine gaze.
Brandis Knights. This is interesting because that's what the knights were called on Philos in Xavier's standard myth. Xavier himself was also a Grandis Knight, and so was the MC. Or they were training to become one.
May Philos prosper under eternity's divine gaze.
Silence. Do you hear that? Footsteps approach us from the southwest.
Only the living can make that sound. Is the Mad King here?
All the knights suddenly turn their heads toward me, and the fire illuminates their faces, which are paler than their silver armor.
The Mad King has not graced us with his presence. However, she carries his essence.
So what they mean by carries his essence, I wonder if that has something to do with his light, because his powers are light. Like, he can control light. And in the first chapter, the beginning started with a light. So I wonder if he was kind of the one who brought her to life, in a sense? Without necessarily meaning to, I don't know. See, I'm just making theories along the way.
Outsider, have you pledged your loyalty to eternity itself?
What?
She has no answer. She's a traitor to eternity.
The suits of armor collapse as the skeletal remains within them begin to glow with an eerie blue light. Leaping orange flames surround them. Cold blades slice the air as howling winds erupt around them. Before I can react, they charge toward me. These knights in silver armor are revenants. Oh, we're getting cutscene? Yes. Okay, so the revenants are basically wanderers then. No lagging.
Get on.
Ah.
Gawking. Hold tight.
I'm so terrified of lag. Honestly, I'm surprised that the quality looks as good as it does, because I don't have Ultra on, because it doesn't work on the emulator. It doesn't work well, but it still looks really good, quality-wise. Earlier you mentioned the price of Earlier you mentioned the price of pursuing eternity. What were you referring to?
The dead are trapped in a perpetual cycle. Only painful deaths await them. Leave while you still can, or you'll meet the same fate. In a rush?
Didn't you tell me to leave while I still can?
I said leave, not die. This land only cares about you walking into its trap.
Hmm. Not everyone can read it in 11 minutes. Yeah. They say the fate of the... They said the fate of the city is in my hands. I'm the chosen one. It's also my weapon. I couldn't even read it. It's also my weapon against you.
You said their fate is in your hands.
Well, that was out of nowhere.
However, you're still in my hands. Is this form of etiquette sufficiently respectful toward the chosen one?
Hmm. I said leave. Do they hate the illiterate? Maybe, yeah. Oh! The horse was also...
I told you this place is fraught with danger. You need to be cautious.
Put me down. Yes, of course, and people's intentions can be just as treacherous. I managed to read that, actually. So you never heard of Philos' prophecy?
I've heard more last words.
Such as?
Excuses from the greedy. The pleas of those on death's doorstep.
Ah, pretty.
Confessions of hypocrites. They are but vanquished foes.
I curse you. You shall never find deliverance. You will be devoured in the act of slaughter.
Is that so? May your last words come to fruition.
Hmm. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised that it didn't lag more than it did. Because that's the issue with using the emulator for this game. It lags so easily, but that actually worked much better than I was afraid of. You really love the twisty perfume stopper style pommel? Yeah, it is really cool. I even had to, I don't know, I didn't show it, but I have so many notifications here now, all of a sudden. But like, I just had to have this as a lock screen because it looks so good. I don't know, it looks so cool. With the wails and curses, the last of the revenants fall to his blade. The mist disperses. Moonlight illuminates the armor and broken swords that lie scattered on the ground. They bear the ancient patterns of Philos. Were they Philos' knights in the past? If you're their king, then why... I turn around as I speak. The man suddenly loses his balance and falls toward me. The tip of a crimson sword is protruding from his left shoulder. Blood flows from his wound, and a faint black mist swirls around it. Is this from the revenants? You will be devoured in the act of slaughter? His hand covered in an iron gauntlet grabs my wrist. I'm trapped between him and the tree stump behind me. I can't move. Are you alright? When were you injured? He struggles to keep his eyes open, and although his gaze is slightly unfocused, his voice remains cold.
help me. I need to go over there.
I would have done that even if you didn't give out an order. After gathering enough fallen leaves and dry branches, I built a fire at our resting spot. In the fire's glow, his face is deathly pale. It's almost drained of color. Would you like to warm up by the fire?
No need.
Do you need water?
No.
No. And you can tell when they add this music here, now it's gonna be silly. Do you want to rest? Very well. If you want to sleep, then I will. The night is cold and damp, so I'll be borrowing your cloak. He shifts slightly without saying a word. His eyes are still closed, but he does move to make room for me. The cold wind howls throughout the forest as it becomes fiercer. I hug my arms tightly, lean against his side, and act as if it's not unusual. You have a heartbeat, you breathe, you bleed. You're alive just like me. Is that why you didn't kill me at the monastery? Did you see yourself in me? He didn't seem interested in answering my question. Ah, during that battle, the sword was the only weapon capable of slaying the revenants. I mean, he did say that that was what the weapon was for. That pops off, good wallpaper. I agree. I agree. And when you saw it in the event, on the event page in the game, it was like the same picture, but with some animations around it as well, which I wish that I could download so I could have that as like a dynamic wallpaper, because it looked really good. No wonder that old man with the white robes wanted it. While connecting the pieces of information in my mind, my gaze shifts to the sword lying half a meter away. It's a great sword that devours light. Aside from the back of the blade being thick, the weapon itself is completely black. Mysterious runes are inscribed on the sword, and they surge with light whenever it's swung. Does your weapon have a name?
No, it's just a sword.
Him being so serious is just kind of silly. Then your horse's name is Horse? I mean, his horse just went poof. It was like it was made out of shadow. He doesn't respond, and silence settles between us. What about your name? Should I just call you Man? I acted like I'd forgotten his name, just so I could bring it up.
Xavier.
Well, at least it's not Man. Despite knowing how dangerous this forest is, you willingly entered it. You have my thanks.
You are mistaken. Worthless rabble trampled on my garden. I cut them down, roots and all.
His nonchalant tone suggests I'm the first person he spared. My unspoken words remain in my throat as my gaze shifts once more to the terrifying sword at his side.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, but this blade cannot harm the living.
That's interesting, though. I wonder what happens if he tried. Xavier... Chris. Then, when he used it against me at the monastery that day, it was just an act of intimidation?
Yes.
Inexplicable anger rises within me, and I tug the thin blanket covering my body. The fabric in my hand feels unexpectedly heavy, and only then do I realize it's actually his cloak. I mean, wasn't that what you asked? Just as I'm about to let go, he slightly leans toward me. The edge of the fabric touches my fingers and carries an unexpected warmth. Oh shit, we're getting an ad. It bounces off with a comedy boing sound. Day 2. The thick fog has dissipated when I open my eyes. A crescent moon hangs in the firmament and casts its light upon the embers of our campfire. I'm not gonna do anything during the ad though. Don't shake him? Wait, was that an option though? I don't know if that was an option, but I'm gonna try not to. Let's see. I just got a lot of notifications that I had to remove to show my lock screen. And I just saw that I had gotten some new Lord of Mysteries notifications. Interesting. So now they say that the dub for Lord of Mysteries is an hour ago. It was officially added, the dubs for English, Spanish, French, and Portuguese. So that's cool. Interesting, and they saying that they do have English accents. Which is really good if they managed to do that, because I was kind of worried when I saw that all of them were what I thought were Americans. So, if that is the case... Well, I mean, Zach showed up earlier saying that he was about to watch the dub. So he was gonna tell me what he thought about it when he returns. After he's watched it. So I'm very curious to see what he has to say. Interesting. Yeah, I'm just looking at it because apparently they do have some spoiler though in the English dub for some reason. I think it was because so in the original sub they had on Crunchyroll, it wasn't that good, but they changed it, so maybe they had the voice actors do the lines that they had prepared beforehand. So I don't know. I mean, people might not know it as a spoiler if it's there anyway, but okay. Yeah, I just wanted to say that as I read it. Yeah, we're back from the ads. I did read this earlier, but I want to read it again. The thick fog has dissipated when I open my eyes. The crescent moon hangs in the firmament and casts its light upon the embers of our campfire. He helps me onto his spectral steed, and we traverse the forest before the next moonlit night arrives. Where else have I heard something being referred to as a spectral steed? Has it been in The Witcher 3, maybe? I have a feeling that it's from The Witcher 3, but I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, that checks out. That he went poof. Oh, Torrent! Wait! You're right! It is Torrent! It is Torrent! Damn, Xavier has his own Torrent. See, that's... You got that way faster than I would have. But then again, you are the resident Elden Ring professional here, so... Ronnie asks you whether it's you that was hurtling around on a spectral steed. Damn, you got the lines down. See, yet another reason why they probably took some inspiration from FromSoft for this myth. I don't know. Whenever we encounter those Revenant Knights, they are swiftly cut down by his massive black sword.
Xavier, only an agonizing death awaits you.
As we pass through a swamp, I see a dead tree that has half fallen. It's covered in the lingering souls of soldiers who died in battle. He remains calm and spurs the horse forward. We press on. 7th biggest Elden Ring shagger, and don't you forget it? Never. It's just sometimes you get an extra confirmation. That's all. It seems like these revenants aren't very fond of you. What crime did you commit to make them hate you so?
To properly tell the tale, I'd have to start with the era in which they were truly alive.
With a slight tug of the reins, he prompts the horse to leap across a ravine. I know they're afraid of your sword. But once the revenants are slain, where do they go?
Nowhere. Once the phase of the moon changes, they'll come back to life.
Interesting. I think I need to turn off this fan. It's making my throat really dry when I talk so much. The dead are trapped in a perpetual cycle. Only painful deaths await them. So that's what he meant. After an unknowable amount of time passes, rain falls from the sky. The remnants of an ancient battlefield emerge on the distant horizon. Collapsed stone tombs accompany overturned coffins. Rusty swords, broken spears, and worn helmets are scattered about. The rain washes away the dirt from the tombstones to reveal the text carved into them. In a chaotic era, kingdoms fall like shooting stars. The Order of Lightseekers fought until they breathed their last breath. Countless blood-soaked battles fought with unwavering courage. Their tales live on in song, their heroic deeds forever engraved in our hearts. In the year something of the Philos calendar, the kingdom fell. The royal capital was destroyed, and the royal bloodline was extinguished. So, Xavier's standard myth is called Lightseeker. Like, it's known as just the Lightseeker myth. The knights are exalted, honorable guardians. They now rest in the silence of a long night. On the day the order ceased to exist, their names shall be carved into these historical monuments under eternity's divine gaze. Like the stars, they are distant, but never cease to shine.
What are you looking at?
After tying the horse to a tree stump, he walks towards me. I wonder if my name might be with these knights.
Why?
Philos didn't meet its demise until I was gone for many years. For those who once knew me, I must have died early. Oh, so this is interesting. So, we did go through Xavier's standard myth on stream a few months back. And what happens then is that Xavier, who is the crown prince, but like he kills his father, so he's technically the next in line. But he decides to give his throne to the MC, so she ends up being the queen, and he becomes her knight. But he knows that if he doesn't go, like, he travels to Earth to find a way to save her, because he knows that she will eventually die, like she's about to die. And so he goes to try to find a way to save her and Philos and everything. But she dies like after he leaves. So he doesn't see that she does die. So I don't know, like he probably doesn't know how she died either. Or if she actually did die. Because it just says gone here. So... well, it says died here though, but... if I wasn't an exiled prisoner, then someone should have remembered me. It's possible they made a memorial.
Is being remembered that important to you?
I'm unsure of when he had lifted his cloak to shield me from the rain. These knights fought for their country when they lived. After they died, their tombstones were used to pave roads. Being remembered isn't important, but if no one remembers you, then isn't that the same as never existing in the first place? It took him a while before he finally spoke in a calm, indifferent tone.
The rain is about to cease. We should leave.
My legs are numb because I was crouching for a long time. Seeing me struggle to stand, he grabs my wrist and hoists me onto the horse. Hoist is a fun word. In the distance, the forest path gradually widens and becomes a road. An endless expanse of land stretches toward the horizon. And across the river is our destination, Cindersfell. Yeah, and this is a long chapter. This is just chapter 2. The first one was much shorter. Our journey, less than pleasant, all things considered, finally ends as the crescent moon disappears. A new moon rises. The ferry crossing is enshrouded in a grey mist. When we arrive, the riverside is already crowded with revenants who want to cross. The revenants from earlier said I must cross this river by boat to arrive at Cindersfell. An unexpected event occurs. The lively atmosphere in the dock disintegrates when we appear. It's a Tina! What? Welcome in! Welcome in! How was your stream? How was Baldur's Gate 3? I saw you were playing BG3 again today. How was it? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Tom, and Tina, and Apollo. Hope you had a good stream. Go follow Tina if you haven't already. Go do it. Go do it. But yeah, I hope you had a good one. We just for those of you who don't know, we're just playing some. We're playing. I was gonna say something else. We're playing Love and Deepspace, and damn, I had a frog in my throat. And we're going through Xavier's new myth that was released today. So at the beginning, we pulled for the myth, and we got the cards, and so now we're going through the story of the cards. So we're just sitting here chatting. Well, I mean, I'm chatting. I'm reading, pretty much. It was so much fun playing BG3. You were playing with, Jeez Louise. Ah, I see. How far did you get? What? Hello, welcome in. Welcome in. Another one. It's you again. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Hey, geez, Louise, how was stream? I saw you were playing with Tina. Or Tina told me. Welcome in. And thank you so much for the sub, the resub, Clever. Happy 20 months. Thank you so much. Damn. So many people coming in, so many good people. But yeah, thank you so much. Also, yeah, we do have anonymous follows, by the way, for anyone who just want to lurk in peace. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a good one. Hope it was a good one. Yeah, you were playing with Tina. You swear you're following him before? See, that happens to me all the time as well. I think that I followed someone and I haven't. That was you. Hey, as long as you say that it's you, then that's fine. But yeah, thank you so much though, and thank you so much for the follow as well. And for anyone who is new here, I can just change the camera or like the scene. For anyone who's new here, my name is Repricos. You can call me Vep. I'm a Norwegian streamer, and I play all kinds of games, really. And right now, we're playing Love and Deepspace, which is, for those of you who don't know, it's an otome game, a gacha game. It's mobile only, so I'm using an emulator. And for those of you who don't know what an otome game is, it's basically just it's aimed at women, and you just usually date a bunch of guys. That's pretty much a very simple explanation of what it is. But yeah, so we're doing that today. It's fantastic. We're all here now. Damn right we are. One of the best beans? No, you. You all are. And yeah, go make sure you're following. Wait, hold on. Let me give you a shouty outy. Jeez Louise. Go make sure you're following Jeez Louise. And not just that, but Clever as well. Clever as well. All the good people. How am I doing today? I'm doing pretty good. I'm just, struggling a little bit with sleep when it's so hot outside, as it's been lately, but other than that, honestly, pretty good. Pretty good. I hope you're doing good as well. Clever. And also, if anyone came in with the raids and, if you need to raid and run, get some food, get some rest, decompress, all the stuff, then obviously feel free to do so. Can we cancel summer already? Yes, I would be in favor of that. It's like, it's nice to not have full-on winter, but I don't really like the extremes. I don't like summer as much, and I don't like winter as much. I just want autumn and spring. That's what I want. We just got it? What do you mean? It's almost August. That's like the last summer month. It's 25. Wait, really? Here it's 19. Damn. Tom, you have it way warmer than we do. No, wait, hold on. So, on my PC it says 19 degrees Celsius, and on my phone it says 21 degrees. So now it's like, it's bearable. But during the day, it's awful. It's almost August. Yeah. Like 5, 6 more days. Thank you so much for the follow. And again, as I mentioned before, any follow is anonymous if people just want to lurk and not draw any attention to themselves. But I appreciate it. And I do appreciate the lurks as well. So, the days are getting shorter and you're trying to somewhat enjoy it. I mean, that's fair. Yeah. I like late spring. Like that's what I wish summer was here. You know? It's just too warm. I don't look at the calendar. No, that's dangerous. And I just did it. Your PC keeps your room at 28 degrees, so that's also a thing? Damn. But do you not have the window open? Well, I guess that doesn't necessarily help, but yeah. PCs really, if you have it in a smaller room, that really, like, it almost makes your room into a sauna. Makes no difference, damn. Do you have... See, this is one of those times where I wish there was an English word for it, because I don't know how to say it. But you know, when you have... Let's say you have a window open in one end of the room, and you have... Or like, the other end of the house, but it's like... You get like the wind going through both ends of the room or the house, so you get like a circulation of air. We have a specific word for that, but I don't know how to say that in English because I don't know of a specific word for it, but we do. A through draft? Is that what it's called? Damn. That's a very literal translation of what we call it as well. Gjennomtrekk is what we call it. So it's pretty much the same thing. Wait, so you also have a word for it, Tom? A through draft, I see. Well, that was very straightforward. But yeah, that was what I was gonna say. Do you have the option to do that where you are, Tom? Maybe it will help at least a little bit. But yeah, we're just going through some story here, and I don't know how to explain what the story is, but it's basically yeah, I'm honestly blanking a little bit if I were to summarize what has happened so far. Well, we're basically the only person alive in a world with another person who is alive, but the other ones are like basically dead, and they keep just coming back to life. But they're not hostile, they're just people that aren't fully alive. So they're just called revenants. And they summoned us to be able to find a way to make them come back to life again. But they also want the other person who is alive, which is Xavier. The The one we pulled the myth for. The myth is surrounded, like, it's surrounded by, well, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it, but, and they want him dead. So we're just trying to figure out what the story is, pretty much. Besides that. English is extremely inefficient, so this doesn't surprise you. I mean, that's true. It's not German, at least. German is the middle language in the trench coat. Now that you mention it, they do have some pretty long words. Don't they? Maybe not. I don't know. I don't know enough German to say. But yeah, an unexpected event occurs. The lively atmosphere at the dock disintegrates when we appear. The revenants who were talking amongst themselves fall silent and back away. They create a clear path for us. Accustomed to the situation and unfazed, I pull out a silver coin I had found in an abandoned tomb. It'll pay for the fare. Xavier remains in the same spot. It's then that I realize he doesn't have a coin.
1 coin per person. No exceptions and no credit.
I can take care of any revenants that try to cross without paying.
His solution, just violence. No. Tom is like 15 words for house, so you don't know what he's talking about? 15? Send me a whole chart and everything? You did? I want to know what these words are now. That's 1 word? Yeah, but it's 15 words for the same word, right? Or the same thing.
Your presence alone is bad for my business. I'm not even sure I want to let you board. So, are you crossing the river or not?
He gives me an expressionless glance before silently shaking his head. Wait, I'll pay for him. I don't know how that happened. I don't know if you saw it on camera, but they were just like droplets of water that sprayed everywhere when I drank from my bottle. Hey Shane, hello. The ferryman's expression changes subtly as his gaze lingers on me. He presses his lips into a thin line before gesturing for me to board the ferry. The man behind me doesn't say anything as he heads for the stern. I don't even get a word of gratitude. As soon as he steps onto the boat, however, all the revenants swarm to the stern. Oh no. It starts to sink under their weight. Meanwhile, the bow, where Xavier and I are standing, rises. Everyone's just trying to avoid him. And the boat sinks in one end. That's so funny. You add things to the end of the nouns to make it mean more than just the noun? But 15? I'm just kind of confused. How am I? I'm doing pretty okay. How about you? Like, house is Haas, in the house is Hasbon, like, wait. Hasbon? As in husband? No. Like 20 more, 25 more. I see. Yeah, that's not how our language works. So I guess that's a you thing.
Either find a seat or get off the boat, you dead bastards.
Oh no. The revenants on the stern proceed to leave as if they were pardoned from execution. Only the 2 of us remain. Well, I mean, Nice. At least there won't be any other passengers, you know? In the silence, the small ferry moves across the water and disappears into the rippling moonlight. That was kind of funny. I look at Xavier as he rests. He has folded his arms and his eyes are closed. You owe me half your life, and now you owe me a coin. Wouldn't you say I ought to be paid?
You want to use my debts against me.
I'm not asking for everlasting gratitude. I only want you to pay your dues. I clear my throat to deliver the words I prepared. I want your weapon, the sword that makes the revenants cower in fear.
No.
Yeah, I was like, damn, that's bold. Hungarian works in mysterious ways. Clearly. But it seems at least efficient, I guess. I can sense his resolve in that answer, but I expected as much. Since my first request was rejected, chances of the second one being accepted are higher. See, that's masterful manipulation. See, this is what a lot of people do, where they just, you know, they suggest something really unreasonable, but that's not actually what they want, so they just do that to make it more likely that they will agree to the next thing you say, because that makes it seem more reasonable. Damn. If I can't have his weapon, I still need shelter if I am to survive. But living with an unpredictable individual is risky.
If you cannot decide before we disembark, there will be no payment.
Okay. I won't allow it. Since you live in the castle on the other side, I'll meet you there when I think of my payment. He neither refuses nor accepts. It's as if he can see my innermost thoughts. Without a bond forged through hardship, this might be my only chance to request something from him.
Before we part ways, let me offer you one piece of advice. If you want to survive here, don't offer your kindness so easily.
He closes his eyes and he refuses to respond no matter what I do. There's a reason it's up there in the hardest languages to learn group. Multiple reasons? I've actually never really heard anything about the Hungarian language. Like, it being easy or hard or anything. So that's brand new information to me. Lucky, what is that supposed to mean? I'm more of a 6 currently, but you're striving to hit 7 by end of day. Hey, it's Friday though, Clever. So that is highly likely to happen. Damn, this is a long chapter. The fog over the river gradually dissipates to reveal a towering black castle in the distance. Just as the ferry is about to reach the shore, it strikes the shoal and rocks. My body lurches to one side. No, not the flashbang. When my fingers touch the reflection in the water, ripples spread out and converge toward my fingertips. They coalesce into an elusive image. This is... See, this is from his standard myth, when he was a light seeker. Brightly colored flags slowly rise as the white floral arrangements line both sides of the marble staircase. A young knight ascends the long staircase. Amongst the cheers of thousands, he ascends the throne. A hand places a crown upon his head. A lumen flora, the symbol of Philos' royal family, is pinned to his lapel. The illusion shifts to reveal an entirely different scene. Fortifications crumble, ruins cover the land. The royal capital, once peaceful, has become a battlefield shrouded in war smoke. The rebel army storms the capital. They force the young king to take his own life. Oh! Yet their swords are melted into liquid steel in the furnace and cast onto the throne itself. What in the Game of Thrones? Peace is restored to the kingdom a century later. There are no more casualties from the war of hundreds of years, yet people have come to despise this monarch. The knight, once adored by thousands, is now reviled. He's nothing more than a mad king.
The boat is docked. You should get off now.
Yeah, so he didn't die. But they're not exactly immortal there, but they do have a natural, like, really long lives. It just has no similarities to other languages, really, so it makes learning new ones annoying. Well, you're doing really good at English. I mean, that's all I know that you know. No, I mean... See, I don't have I can't say that because, you know, learning English as a Norwegian... I mean, we learned it at a really young age. Which always makes it easier to learn anything. But there's still, like, the structure of sentences, like, the sentence structure between English and Norwegian is pretty similar. Not like, you know, if you mention, like, let me mention Korean, for example, where it's just completely switched around. Almost. Because the sentence structure is so different. But Norwegian and English is pretty similar in the sense that, you know... If you... I think the best way to know is if you use Google Translate. And it doesn't mix the words too much in different places in the sentence than where they're supposed to be. So I guess that's a good way to see. I guess that's why whenever Toonie writes in Norwegian in my chat, because I know that he uses Google Translate, it actually works really well. It actually works really well. The voice pulls my thoughts back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. Oh. I raise my head and notice the space beside me is empty. Did I see his past? Shock washes over me, and in the darkest hours of the night, scattered lights illuminate a ruined city in the distance. The wind rustles the grass as his figure quickly vanishes into the darkness. That was a really long chapter. It was like twice as long as the first one. Let's go to the next one. You pretend to know German? How do you pretend to know German? I've been wandering the city for days. Although I failed to discover new information, I feel more free than ever before. But what surprised me was that every revenant here firmly believes they'll return to Philos one day. And before I knew it, I started to believe it too.
Within that rotten black castle is the Mad King, who sits on an abandoned throne. Countless kingdoms, innumerable cities, all their denizens wept under the hooves of the tyrant's iron cavalry.
Why was it so low at first and then it was like he was just walking past us or something? Well, maybe that was what it was. At the square in the busiest part of the city, many revenants have gathered. I pull my hood tighter and move closer.
The dead were turned into weapons. Their bones and souls are mere cannon fodder for his wars. When he confronted the Order of Babel, many of our brethren were reduced to ashes by his hand.
In the center of the crowd stands a revenant in white robes, passionately denouncing the Mad King's crimes. He's dressed as an acolyte from the Order of Babel. He looks familiar. Is he the acolyte who escaped that day?
Will we come back to life next month? Unhand me!
No more dissenting voices rise from the crowd. The Revenant acolyte surveys the gathering before speaking with satisfaction.
But we have received good tidings. The Chosen One, who shall deliver us, has answered our call.
Oh no.
She's already here.
They're on to me. Anticipation ripples through the revenants, and some lower their heads to whisper a devout prayer. Most fix their intense gazes on the acolyte. They eagerly await his next words.
Before the apocalypse descends, the sacred pilgrimage ceremony will proceed as planned. We shall reach the Tree of Life and return to our homeland.
What is this pilgrimage ceremony and Tree of Life they speak of?
Where's the Chosen One?
Where indeed?
The Chosen One. The Chosen One is...
You can't see me. You can't see me. A sense of foreboding stirs within me. I turn to leave as I hear excited shouts behind me.
Over there!
Oh no. The Revenant acolyte points at me, and so every Revenant's gaze falls on me.
She is the Chosen One! Our prayers have summoned her!
Nope. Well, I mean, that's kind of true, but... If you have to listen to German, you're mostly fine. If you have to say anything... I mean, I feel like that's the most common thing for Norwegians and English, too. Like, sure, everyone learns it in school, but most people don't really keep up with it, so they just... And most people also are too shy to actually speak English. So most don't even want to speak English in school when they learn it. So a lot of people just don't know how to speak English, they just know how to read it in school. Norwegians in general are very shy, though, when it comes to taking up space, I guess. Or show that they can do anything, literally anything. Acting as if they've seen a goddess, the revenants run toward me. Fervent cries resound. Countless hands reach out and cut off my escape route. Jubilant, they hoist me above their heads. Wait! Release me at once! Unhand me, peasant! No. The revenants carry me to the castle perched on the tallest hill. I wasn't even given the slightest chance to struggle or escape. Well, that cut off really quickly. The acolyte clears his throat and shouts at a half-open window located on an upper floor of the castle.
The
one who stands before you is the slayer of the eternal night, the night of refulgence. The pilgrimage ceremony's shepherd, the ruler of fate, the shining beacon of hope to Philos' countless survivors. And she will be your nemesis until you die. Our prayers have summoned the Chosen One.
Did he come up with those titles in the time it took to get here? Black window frame slightly stirs, and a dagger with a cold gleam is thrown down.
My castle is too small for your ilk. Only your chosen one can come in to slay me. And there will be a sea of blood if you let me handle the selection process.
In the blink of an eye, the righteously indignant revenants scatter in all directions. Even the enthusiastic acolyte runs away and disappears like smoke. A chill runs down my spine as I look up. The figure near the window meets my gaze.
I see they've made their choice.
Resigned, I sigh inwardly and pick up the dagger. Open the door. Open the door! Because in the standard myth, this is what the throne room looked like as well. So I wonder if it's supposed to be the same castle. We also just haven't used German since high school, so the lessons are fading. Yeah, that's unfortunately how it has to be. You need to keep up with it to... I wish it wasn't like that with languages. It's not like riding a bike. You really need to keep up with it to... for it to not just disappear. Which is really unfortunate. That makes it very difficult to know more than 2 languages, you know? Because how often do you need to use like a 3rd or 4th language enough to keep it up? I mean, I guess it depends on what your job is or whatever. In the vast empty hall with a tiled floor, only the sound of footsteps echoes. The candle's flames sway from wrought iron chandeliers. Light and shadow interweave like spider webs across the cold stone walls. It's been a long time. It's been a long time. No. How long though? Can't be that long, right? Well, I mean, it said, didn't say some months or something. I stop at the foot of the throne and look up at him.
You bear all their hopes and dreams, and their very faith rests upon your shoulders. How does it feel?
It's not great. But I'm not here to duel you to the death. I know what I want for that silver coin. I step forward and meet his gaze. I try my best to appear confident. Your observations are correct. These revenants are in a cage made from their own obsessions. I can't save them, and I don't intend to try, since I have no interest in being the chosen one. Returning to Philos is my best choice. Once I'm there, I can recover my name, my memories, and myself. Xavier, I need you to help me return to Philos.
Is Philos important to you?
Of course. It's my homeland, and the only place I can remember. If the Revenants strongly believe they can return, then perhaps a method exists. I'm no different from them if I can't remember anything.
Let's assume this Philos you desperately wish to return to no longer exists. What then?
Yeah, I have a feeling that they're already in Philos. It's just kind of destroyed. Like, this is all that's left of it, and it's just... Because I don't... That's the one thing that makes the most sense to me, that this is already Philos. Is he reminding me, or is he trying to make me give up?
You have my permission to stay here. Though, we need a relationship that binds us since we'll be together for a long time.
Excuse me? I agree. As soon as he lets his guard down, I quickly agreed and scrambled in my mind for a role that could connect me to the king. Minister, attendant, knight, or a loyal subject. In any case, I'll need time before I can give you a satisfactory answer. That figure, surrounded by countless blades on the throne behind him, simply let out a faint laugh. Are the swords on your throne truly mementos from assassins?
Do you want to leave one yourself?
Our conversation hits a wall. I clench my fist before turning away with a smile. I'll just pretend I didn't hear him. By the way, can I have a room that has access to fresh air?
I'll allow it.
I'll allow it. After I entered the castle, the underground gambling den began taking bets on how the Chosen One would die. Getting thrown into a forest with evil phantoms, only to be devoured, sinking to the bottom of the cinders, or dying because of his massive blade. These three deaths are ranked with different odds. They're at the top of the list. No one believes the Mad King will let me live. If the Chosen One dies, then it means they weren't the real one. So they'll wait for another. However, if the Chosen One survives and escapes from their enemy, that means... Well, that could be it, but I highly doubt it. The revenants from that land of exiles cheer. Their dreadful suffering will finally come to an end. They sing their praises for days, and even though I chose the castle's highest room, their voices still penetrate the walls. But ever since I escaped the monastery, the arduous journey of poor sleep and traveling without proper rest has left me exhausted. Now that I have shelter, exhaustion washes over me like a tidal wave. Revenants don't need to eat, yet I'm forced to endure this hunger. That night, I carry a lit candle and slowly make my way down the winding stone staircase to reach the kitchen. He rarely eats. What a frightening person. I conduct a thorough search only to find roots and mushrooms.
What are you doing?
Oh, I'm hungry. Don't you need to sleep?
I heard music, so I decided to investigate. What instrument is that? The sound is unique.
Did you hear that? That was funny. That was the weirdest stomach growling sound I've ever heard. So he's not wrong. The sound is unique. It's the wailing of a hungry ghost. That's funny. 15 minutes later, he brings over a bowl of mushroom soup. It's brightly colored. That's weird. Mushrooms tend to not be brightly colored. I mean, unless they're poisonous.
This is all I have.
It's alright. I'm not a picky eater. The taste is rather strange, but I've been starving for several days. It's nothing short of a rare delicacy. Days? Damn. Oh no, did he poison us? Once I swallow a spoonful, my stomach begins to churn violently, and the entire world seems to spin. I mean, that explains why it would be colorful, I guess, if you did. Bizarre, otherworldly visions appear before my eyes. Revenant stands in the air, and Xavier's black cloak suddenly transforms into a giant floating blankets. What does this mean? In this dream, I saw Philos again. It was far away from me, yet it was still beautiful. Walls of brilliant snow white surrounded the city. Towers loomed in clusters, their vibrant flags fluttering. The streets gleamed with a soft radiance. Not the flashbang again. A procession of silvery white knights slowly navigates through the streets. Covered in flowers, they head to the ancient royal capital. The knight who's leading them is surrounded by people. It's impossible to see his face clearly. He carries a certain air. Although he has returned from his journey, his presence is strangely familiar.
All of you can go on ahead. I'll join you once I've seen her.
The sun, moon, and stars revolve as he turns around. My vision blurs, and the white city walls transform into a clock tower bathed in the sunset's glow. Yeah, this is probably us finally remembering what happened in the first myth. When they meet up at the clock tower there. He turns around, sees me, and smiles. Before I can recognize him, a flock of pigeons flies past us. Their flapping wings obscure his eyes. Damn it, Scoot.
I thought you'd never see me again.
I open my eyes, and I feel like I was in a very long dream. I see the hem of a black garment as he casts a graceful arc under the candlelight. That man is looking at me. It's as if he stepped out of my dream.
I have an antidote.
So he did do it on purpose. Well, I mean, obviously. But why? In his hands, he's holding a bowl of medicine that gives off a faintly bitter scent. Although I've returned to my senses, I'm at a loss of words.
I already tasted it.
Misinterpreting my thoughts, he speaks in a calm tone. I hesitate before reaching out to grab the hem of his clothes. I squeeze it a few times.
No. No, I'm not a hallucination that appeared because you were poisoned.
But why would he poison me, though? So, Dawn, hello. It's the best day ever today as well. But welcome in. How you doing? He sits down at the edge of the bed, his elegant long fingers supporting the back of my neck as he brings the bowl of medicine to my lips. His pose is unmistakably intimate, yet his expression remains unchanged. His eyelashes aren't even raised once. I hear clamor. Did something happen?
It's war.
There's a war happening here? In a place like this?
Yes. Some of the Revenants harbor obsessions from their past, waging war relentlessly. They never really die, and they don't stop.
They were once your subjects, Your Majesty. Why do you make it sound like it has nothing to do with you?
Listen. The loudest voices belong to those trying to find a way to rescue you, the Chosen One. If you die here, I'm afraid my moments of peace will significantly decrease for the next month.
The light flickers on his face as he picks up the bowl again.
Open your mouth.
The slightly bitter liquid spreads across my tongue. He gives me a sidelong glance, but he doesn't look away until he's confirmed I finished every drop. During the days I've been bedridden, outlandish rumors have spread throughout the city. The Mad King has become the Chosen One's servant. The Chosen One risked her life. The Chosen One has made a great sacrifice. They misunderstood my actions from when I picked up a dagger and stormed into the castle. The Revenants are so moved by this supposed heroism that they gather all the riverside below the castle every night to sing their praises. When he gets annoyed by their wailing cacophony, he occasionally heads out with his sword in hand. He returns quickly, and their voices disappear. I'm unsure what happened outside. However, the shouting isn't as frequent as it was before for the past few days. Oh yeah, we're having an ad. I'm sorry. Of course it's the best day ever. We're all here after all. I mean, that's true. Why does he keep feeding us nasty stuff? Well, I'm just wondering why he poisoned us and then he gives us the antidote. Something tells me it was to save us in some kind of twisted way, but I'm not sure why. I guess we'll find out. Did he say at least a month earlier? Like, he'll be sad for a month and then get over it? Wait, what part? I'm not sure. Ah. Oh yeah, and that part. No, it was because of the people outside will be rioting if they find out that I died. So he means it literally, because everyone will be so loud and bothering him because I'm supposedly the people's chosen one who is supposed to kill him, but they don't know that we're kind of working together, I guess. He's just pretending not to care, but he does. 8% chance? That's pretty good, Clever. 95%? Damn. There's a guy with long hair and a sword on screen today. Wait, oh damn. Soda is really impressing Chris for once. For once. Is that the first time? Soda tends to get really bad results. But not today. Dude, Soda, do you know how long it took me before I got the myth? Both cards? 70 pulls. It took me 70 pulls to get both cards, which is insane. I got the first one at Hard Pity, so it was like almost at Hard Pity. It was like 60 something pulls, and then within less than 10 pulls, I got the second one afterwards. Like, damn. Well, I guess I have diamonds to save again now. So that was really lucky. I didn't feel lucky at first because it took so long to get the first one, but then the next one just came right away afterwards. And I didn't lose any 50-50s either. I was really lucky. Yeah, we're back from the ads. Yeah, I'm unsure what happened outside. However, the shouting isn't as frequent as it was before for the past few days. Since then, finding a way to return to Philos became my only goal. The Cinders is not a single river. It's connected to numerous tributaries of various sizes. They intertwine like a tree's root system and extend in all directions. Some of these tributaries flow into gloomy swamps or plunge into bottomless ravines. Others lead to lairs with revenant knights. Yet, no matter where I look, I'm unable to locate the Tree of Life from Philosian myths. Philosian myths. The game was like, you know what, we're taking enough. Yeah, I was like, I know, well, I have a feeling that I won't have to spend any money, thankfully. But I still had more diamonds left over. So I thought maybe I would just get one card today. And then I would have to save up for enough diamonds to start pulling for the second one. So I'm happy. Because I've heard some rumors about the next banner, which is something that I definitely need to pull for as well. I don't know if you know, but so in China, like Love and Deepspace is a Chinese game, and in China they kind of have their version of Valentine's Day in August. So there's gonna be, I've heard rumors of it being a spicy Valentine's Day banner. So I'm very curious about it. Is it a Raphael? No, it's a multi-banner, so it's everyone. Just like the one we just had a multi-banner with like the fake wedding, which I also pulled for, but I only pulled for my two favorites, which is Raphael and Xavier. So I didn't pull for anyone else. But next one, that's been rumored to be something else. Cute? Well, I don't know if it's gonna be cute, but you know, I think it's gonna be good. Or did you mean I mean, this year on like, people thought that... You remember Catch 22, right? It wasn't exactly a Valentine's banner because they don't have Valentine's Day in February like everyone else in the western part of the world does. Or do. So people counted that as like a Valentine's banner, and it has probably been kind of like the spiciest banner, but also really sad. I don't know. So I'm curious what this is gonna look like. But yeah. Day after day, I mark new locations on my map, only to cross out their names later. Catch 22 had chains and it was still cute, so even if it's spicy, you feel like it would be cute. Cute? Do you... Well, I mean, sure, it had some cute moments, but overall... Cute is not the word I would use, personally. I heard a lot of people say they were scaroused. That's a thing that I've heard. But all cute. That one is new. Exhausted, I climb down the castle wall. The moon has already reached its zenith. So not outing his kinkiness? Yeah, it seems so. Scaroused, yeah. A figure is in the garden behind the castle. His hair reflects a paint, by the way, a faint luster under the moonlight. Is that Xavier? His interests have changed as of late. Instead of killing flowers, he grows flowers. Instead of killing others, he grows flowers. I said, instead of killing flowers. At first, like, the way that he's standing is like, is he peeing? Yeah, he grows flowers. See, this is cute because he also does that in. He also does that in you know, present day, not the myth version of him. Like he grows a lot of plants and stuff on his balcony, which is really cute. Yet not even a fraction of light touches Cindersfell, and only lumen flora grow here. The flower he tends to is one I haven't seen before. What kind of flower is that? Curious, I walk up to him. He glances at me before he continues to water the plants.
One that shouldn't be able to survive here.
I have a feeling that it's supposed to be forget-me-nots. Like, for some reason in this game they end up calling it wavy leaf something flower. I don't remember what they call it, but it's supposed to be forget-me-nots. I wonder if that's what it is. Then why are you growing it? He doesn't answer me, his fingertips touching the withered stem. I'm not sure if he doesn't hear me or doesn't want to respond. I know you have secrets. You don't need to tell me.
The fact that I have secrets shouldn't be a secret.
But this secret is related to a certain person, yes? I crouch down beside him and push aside a cluster of leaves. The wilted leaves' veins have taken on a yellowish hue, and the light blue flower bud droops. It looks so fragile that it might snap at any moment. Well, it does say blue, so it could be forget-me-not. And it's kind of interesting that... Well, I mean, I guess you guys saw it earlier when we pulled for the cards as well. So, right when you end up pulling a 5-star, it shows, like, something, like a hint of who you have pulled before you see the actual card. So, there's, like, a little cutscene where it shows, Forget-me-nots, which is, like, his symbol, I guess. So... Hey, Zach! The dub slaps, that is all. Did it leave a mark? Only small one? It was an accident? Wait, what was the accident? Well, I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear it. I will also check it out and see as well. I'm really curious, but I'm glad to hear that it's good. Did you watch both episodes? Because I know that they said that they were gonna release the dub for both the first and the second episode. People typically grow flowers to remind themselves of someone, or give them as a gift. I doubt there's anyone you'd want to give flowers to in the city, though.
There is one person.
Who could it be? Who? He sets the watering can aside, turns to face me, and looks into my eyes.
We'll talk about it when the flower blooms.
Aw, cute! I don't know if it will ever blossom. However, I do know that someone who promised to help me hasn't kept his word. He nods thoughtfully.
You created a map of the entire city. Then you walked along the tributaries large and small. You've done good deeds all the while. Tales related to your acts of kindness have spread throughout the land.
I was collecting information. Wait, how do you know about all of this? You rarely leave the castle.
Would you say these methods of yours are effective?
I'm quiet. Then I shake my head.
None of them are the correct method to return to Philos. What a pity.
He's always like this. He dismisses my words with a few of his own. Well, we'll set that aside for now. About that relationship you mentioned before, I made up my mind. I'll be... So this is interesting. This is interesting. Because I have a feeling that we're supposed to be his queen anyway, but I wonder if it makes any difference what we choose here, or if it's just an illusion of choice. You know? So I don't know what to say. You did. The English really helped you follow along, plus listening to Ian Sinclair as a Leonard. Nice. Nice. I mean, I understand, because there's so much to pay attention to, that being able to look at all the visual cues and or like the visual stuff, as well as reading the subs in something that is as fast-paced as that is probably really... It probably helps a lot. That's also why I'm curious to check it out as well. And to be fair, if there's one show you need to pay attention to the visuals, it's Lord of Mysteries. Be back in a bit, need a shower? Go get that shower. You know what? I'm not going to take any risks. I'm just going to say queen. My identity is known far and wide. I've also earned a bit of respect. Oh! Why don't you step back and let me be the actual ruler of Cindersfell? A queen, in other words. And the history will repeat itself. No, I hope not. That way you won't be bothered by outside affairs. It doesn't matter if you want to plant flowers, kill revenants, or live a quiet life. To put it simply, I want to be someone who's important to you. Perhaps worried about losing a stable source of food, I made a vow with the utmost sincerity. I don't know what his thoughts are, however.
What do you mean by important?
Let's say you're the only one that matters in my life.
Huh. So you want to protect me?
As if he couldn't hear me clearly, he crosses his arms and takes another step toward me. He's pretending he made a humble inquiry. I doubt you need my protection when you wield a sword like that. But when those revenants attack again, I'll be by your side. You actually have to pause the show every now and then because it gives you motion sickness almost? Really? That's actually very interesting to hear, because I am someone who has a lot of motion sickness. Like, I get that very easily, but I've not gotten that from the show at all. That's very interesting. And I've never heard anyone else say that either. Huh. That's a little surprising to me. Do you think it has something to do with how close you are to the screen? Maybe. He actually laughed. I can hardly believe my eyes. Or ears, maybe.
I can help you figure out a method. On the other hand, you need to find a way to make a flower bloom.
Are you sure it can still be saved? After agreeing to the surprisingly simple condition, I returned to my room. After spending these days together, Xavier seemed nothing like the Mad King those acolytes talked about. For the way he took me in and promised to help, the way he took me in and promised to help felt like just an excuse. An excuse to get... Now I'm starting to struggle. An excuse to keep me here. Could it be because of that Chosen One rumor? With no answer for now, I sighed. Yet his smile from moments ago kept flashing through my mind. Is it Pigeone? Oh no, it's an owl. I think it's mostly the wild camera movements and the very fast cuts mixed with all the effects and visuals. Just gets to be a lot sometimes. So maybe the subs are helpful in that way because you end up focusing on the subs instead of the wild camera moves. The call of an owl resounds outside the balcony. The shadow swoops down, drops an envelope with a wax seal, and then flies away. Huh? I return to my bed and open the envelope. On the letter, the stark, concise handwriting catches my eye. We would like to invite the Chosen One to our sacred monastery so she can observe the selection process for the pilgrimage ceremony tomorrow. The Order of Babel looks forward to your answer. This chapter was shorter than the second one. Babel Monastery. Each month, the monastery selects individuals to sail along the endless cinders. This is known as the pilgrimage ceremony. The revenants believe that by traveling along the cinders, one can find the tree of life that connects Cindersfall to Philos. Once more, I find myself at the monastery. Everything has been transformed. The dilapidated altar and crumbling walls have been restored by the revenants. They're functional now. The acolytes' soft chanting echoes throughout the building. They carry an ineffable reverence. I pass through the noisy entrance hall and enter the courtyard. It seems the bishop has been waiting for me. If the show slows down in the next couple of episodes, then it should be fine. No, it does. It's just, well, I'm not sure about the third one though. It depends. No, I think it is slightly more. I guess like psychedelic in a sense, if that, like, that's the word that I could think of to describe it. It's more like that in the first two episodes compared to the others that have come out so far, at least. But also the pace will also slow down. You said the apocalypse is only a matter of time, and I'm the key to saving this world. Even though I know these revenants cannot truly perish, I still feel a strange sense of unease upon seeing the bishop again. If there's going to be a world-ending flood, you should be building dams. And if war is about to break out, you should be mobilizing armies. Those are more productive options than pinning your hopes on me, your so-called chosen one. Sensing the doubt in my words, he responds with a slight smile.
You think I've spouted lies to control the revenants, is that right?
Why do they believe in me?
Since ancient times, Philos was given a divine prophecy about its creation. At the world's end, the Chosen One will lead countless souls to be reborn, taking on a vessel of flesh and blood. Your very existence is proof of this.
Myths are just myths. They're stories invented by the humans who lived years ago.
You are correct. However, Philos has truly been destroyed. You have the freedom to choose your path. We shall not force you to bear the responsibility of being the chosen one. We are incapable of forcing you, in fact. But the pilgrimage ceremony shall be carried out as planned. It will be held during the next full moon.
He smiles before removing the key around his neck. He places it in my palm, in the palm of my hand.
Memories prove one's existence. Yet those who died here are trapped. They can never create new memories. If you cannot understand our faith, then I implore you to visit the underground library and see for yourself.
Lore? We're gonna dig into some more lore? Thank you, Ghost. For several days, I immersed myself in the sea of books. Although I found no records related to the pilgrimage ceremony, I learned what happened to Philos during my absence. From the beginning, the energy needed to extend the planet's lifespan was almost depleted. Beasts called Wanderers grew increasingly violent and occupied most of the planet. Even an immortal planet sustained with energy would fail to escape the fate of decline. Yeah, because the energy needed to extend the planet's lifespan, that was literally us. It used our life force to keep the planet alive. After 200 years of silence, a young woman with not a drop of royal blood ascended the throne. That was us. Under her rule, Philos reclaimed its former glory for a time. This period will later be called the Morn Era. However, historical records about her are scarce. They've only managed to preserve the magnificent spectacle of her coronation. Her life and fate were seemingly erased by an invisible hand. There is nothing but a blank void. Interesting. So would that be Xavier then, or something else? The situation in Philos grew increasingly dire as time passed. The royal family and citizens were split into several factions. Their constant disputes rendered the monarchy on the brink of collapse. Natural disasters raged while the fires of war burned without end. The flames of chaos swept across the land and destroyed the last vestiges of the old world order. The last monarch of Philos was an undefeated arbiter of judgment, yet he was the tyrant who supposedly led the kingdom to its demise. Well, that is definitely Xavier, but... Interesting. This is a cozy room. I want to live there. The tyrant addicted to bloodshed, the embodiment of corruption, a fallen god who was devoured by the darkness. This must be Xavier. In every historical record about him, the fall of Philos is almost universally blamed on that king. Yet, as I carefully read through the list of crimes, I feel as if he can't be blamed for everything.
What part of the text made you stop reading?
Startled, I look up to find the tyrant himself. He's leaning down from the balcony above, and his gaze is fixated on me. Why are you here?
My only important person disappeared. Was I not supposed to look for you?
I notice the young acolyte who served as an attendant has dozed off in a corner. Book in hand, I walk over to him. All these meticulously detailed accusations and atrocities, they read more like fantasy than history. He neither confirms nor denies it. He jumps down from the balcony and picks up a book. I can only imagine what expressions the acolytes would have if they saw him walking around as though he owned the monastery. According to this book, the first 200 years of your reign were referred to as the Golden Epoch. I love this music too. It must have been wonderful. Why did...
Some matters should remain shrouded in the unknown.
If you don't want to tell me, then that's that. I'll assume all these myths about you are true since you won't say anything. I hesitate, but my curiosity eventually gets the best of me. Tightly holding the book, I move closer to him. So what happened to the royal capital of Philos?
It was destroyed.
What about the holy sword of the goddess?
The statue was shattered.
Astria Knight Academy and the oaks behind the Star Hunter's main building? I desperately recall the places I can remember.
Burnt to cinders, along with all the birds in the forest.
Not the birds! The wind blows past us again. The windows rattle as the chandelier above us sways. The curled yellowed pages flutter rapidly as the story rewinds to the first year of the Morn Era. A single event was commemorated, the coronation of Philos' only queen. Let's change the subject, then. Have you met this queen? Out of all the monarchs who ruled Philos, why is her story glossed over? Even her portrait is unrecognizable now. I touch the blurry portrait on the page. The ink has been smudged. He looks up and his gaze lingers on that page. Then he turns away.
I don't remember. I will say that your impression of Philos is too idealistic.
But those revenants said Philos.
They have no memories, and those without memories can only believe the stories told by others. Lend them your ear for too long, and you'll become just like them.
Honestly, that's a good point though, because they did say that they couldn't create any new memories, so all they have to go off of is these history books that are more like idealized and, you know, not really, don't really seem too true. But I have a feeling that he has erased the records himself of the queen, as in us, because I think he did it to protect us, because as I already mentioned before, his father was the one who used us to sustain Philos using our life force. So he even killed his own father to protect us. So he will go to any length for us to protect us. So that's... But I wonder... what he thinks would happen if they knew exactly who the queen was and could recognize her as us. I know. I'm already someone without any memories. That's why I want to return to Philos and find them.
The revenants will be at their strongest during the full moon. We'll head back once you've seen enough.
Only now do I realize that he's here to take me back, even if he didn't say so directly. I see. You're worried about my safety. You said you needed to find me because of our agreements, but it's actually because of loneliness. You lived in that castle for too long. The absurdity of our deal, his awkward expressions of concern. Perchance it's because he's been alone and bored for years.
I won't stop you from drawing your own conclusions.
It's funny. Good. I'll do just that. Especially when it involves matters that make you uncomfortable. You refuse to speak of them in either case. I narrow my eyes and lean toward him. I push the book he's holding to the side. The city of Revenants has existed for over 100 years. Have you truly been alone all this time? The Revenants exist in groups, and the acolytes gather together. They pray all day and all night in the monastery. I can hardly imagine what it must be like to live alone for hundreds of years, never aging, never dying. Aren't there any friendly Revenants you can talk to?
You want me to become close friends with them?
Not all Revenants are disagreeable.
You're already prepared then.
For what?
You'll be their only goddess. And once you're no longer needed, you'll be a sinner they hate.
Because that's basically what happened to him then? I mean, that's what they call him now. And they all hate him. A complex, indescribable emotion wells up inside me. I retort before I can stop myself. You always say they deserve to be trapped in their futile obsession for eternity. How are you and I any different from them? Aren't we also trapped? I'm obsessed with returning. What about you?
Obsessions are for the dead. I have none.
He turns, his profile etched in moonlight, but his features are obscured in the shadows. I can't help but feel like nothing matters to him, whether time passes or stops, whether the flower he tends to blooms or not. He's just waiting. For what, I'm not sure. An inexplicable sense of frustration and loss bubbles inside me. Never mind. Don't leave just yet. I found these books for you. He furrows his brow slightly. Still, he turns and takes the books.
Philosian Guide, Caring for Flowers, and How to Identify Edible Mushrooms.
Wait, so he didn't do it on purpose? What? Or is it just like a... Is this just to be funny? Because he barely eats, so maybe he just genuinely didn't know that he poisoned us with poisonous mushrooms. I'm not sure if flowers can bloom without light. But watering them 3 times a day will definitely kill them. That's very true. But his power is light, though. So he should be able to provide them light with light. Okay, chapter 5. That means that we're at the halfway point-ish. Following the book's instructions and using the withered plants as fertilizer, the unnamed blue flower finally shows signs of vitality. It's grown taller since yesterday, and its leaves unfurl with a hale luster. Days pass. Before I know it, it's time for the pilgrimage ceremony. Outside the city walls and along the riverside, over 100 tents have been set up. It's to accommodate the thousands of revenants who are here to witness the ceremony. After praying at the monastery, the pilgrims and acolytes descend along the ridge. They carry blessed lumen flora. The procession covers a long distance, singing hymns to praise Philos, They walk with carefree steps and carry lamps throughout the night. The lights in their hands form another river. They flow through the dark forest and across the swamp. The 36th moonlit night.
Why do I feel happy and sad?
I don't know.
We have our faith.
But faith is fragile.
Why does he sound so pathetic?
It's like a flower or an egg. One careless moment is all it takes to break it.
What's an egg? I can't remember anymore. But it doesn't matter. We'll be returning to Philos.
Sure. Moonlight flickers across the mountain ridge as a gentle breeze passes. Dazzling silver robes sway back and forth.
The Chosen One is attending the ceremony. My lady, why did you bring the Mad King with you?
Faith is an egg? Why does he sound like that? I don't know.
Trying to reform him must be a tiring endeavor, no?
I'm unaware of the new rumors that are circulating in the city. I respond with a sheepish smile and lower my voice. You Hulk? Rest assured, he has recounted his old ways thanks to my guidance and spiritual cleansing. The young Revenant's expression becomes one of astonishment and admiration. I gently tug Xavier's sleeve. He glances at me and chooses not to expose my lie.
That's wonderful. May Philos prosper under eternity's divine gaze.
Why do the Revenants always say weird things? Ready to depart, I pull on Xavier's sleeve, yet he opens his mouth.
What if your eternity's foundation involves sacrificing others?
So that's what he's afraid of. That we are gonna have to be used as some sort of sacrifice again. For the greater good.
Nonsense! Philos is the embodiment of eternity, and everyone possesses an immortal soul. Even if some are sacrificed, they're necessary and justified. How can we fight against the emptiness of time without immortality? How can we explore the universe?
Fighting against the emptiness of time seems like the opposite of... I mean... What? Being immortal seems more being trapped in emptiness of time than not being immortal, I guess. I don't know.
Assuming eternity does belong to Philos, then why did you and the others die?
Unable to refute his arguments and intimidated by his sword, the young Revenant stomps her foot and storms off. Inside most of the tents set up along the river are statues of Philos' royal family from throughout the ages. They're near the witnesses who are attending the ceremony. These royal statues are crooked and misshapen, their features indistinct. Maybe it's because most Revenants have a poor memory. Yeah. There's some loud people outside. This one is surprisingly lifelike. Its face is too fierce for my liking, however. I approach it and examine the small wooden figurine placed in the back. For some reason, it has a wooden stake in its chest. The last king of Philos, the man responsible for Philos' downfall. An indescribable emotion stirs. I pull out the wooden stake and place the figurine in the brightest, most prominent position at the center of the statue's base. I walk a bit further, and more revenants offer me flowers. Despite my attempts to refuse them, I eventually accept each one.
Can you even carry all of these flowers?
He furrows his brow, but still takes the heavy bundles from me. You know what? I'm just gonna close the window. It was just really loud outside. More revenants gather by the riverside. Their singing is so loud that they almost drown out other sounds. Worried we might get separated, I freeze one hand to hold mine as we slowly make our way through the crowd. What are they doing? That noise was loud as fuck. Honestly, they're just driving past on the main road. On like motorcycles or something. This is not like outside like my apartment or anything. They're just driving by on the road. The last king of Philos and the man responsible for Philos' downfall. That beloved king who was eventually despised by all. That's you, yes? We spent so much time together. His identity is no longer a secret to me. I'm more curious about that queen's story. I want to know what she did. There must be a reason for why everyone is reluctant to speak about her fate.
What do you think happened to her?
He looks at me. Stories about salvation and sacrifice follow the same pattern. Some perish, others are saved. Some continue living, and others are forgotten. I suppose she didn't accomplish anything. That's why she was forgotten. Pilgrims pass us as they happily sing hymns about their yearning for light. Xavier watches the group heading towards the riverside. He suddenly speaks to me.
In the beginning, her statues decorated every street. Some were dissatisfied with her conduct, but most adored her. They believed she would be the chosen one who'd lead Philos to its rebirth. She was the key Philos needed to obtain true eternity.
And then?
Are you asking what happened? She disappeared. No one knew where she went. For 100 years, the people thought she abandoned them. For the 100 years after that, the people slowly forgot about her. Another 100 years passed. Her portraits were burned, and her statues were destroyed. They became the stones that paved the royal capital's plaza.
I wonder if she died. Or like, so much of her life essence was drained out of her that she just disappeared into thin air. Like literally. She just kind of went poof. You wish someone would vroom you? What do you mean? Like, motorboat you? I mean, you could always ask. You could always ask Lord. Just had the local youths running past, banging on the door. Happens every summer. Summer scare the shit out of you. Why would they do that? Shit, kids. Oh my god, dude. Hey, Palm. Hello, hello. You're on audio only now since your Twitch only has been 1080p and that's too much for this Wi-Fi? Oh, that's annoying. I'm sorry. I mean, that's fair. I'm just mainly just reading anyway, so if there was any time to just have audio only, this is probably the best time for that. Could be an emulator thing. I don't know. I mean, that shouldn't affect Twitch, I guess. Sometimes it just chooses I don't know. That shouldn't happen though. I usually tend to have the different options of quality. Motorboating was not quite what you had in mind. I don't know. I don't know what you meant. You're damn right, clever. You're just saying you're like Celian Evangelion audio only? Lauren would motorboat him, you just know it. I have a or she would just, you know, if he asked, she would just say, "Fuck off."
After the king ascended the throne, normalcy returned. Yet nothing could change this planet's fate.
You have a feeling that the everything went to shits because she died, because she couldn't sustain the planet anymore. Yeah, there are no bulges here. This is a no bulge zone. You know what? His tone is aloof, yet tinged with scorn.
Her sacrifice was nothing more than an insignificant grain in the sands of time.
You're suggesting I shouldn't let my compassion push me into becoming the chosen one. Yeah, he's just fearing that it's gonna we're gonna make the same mistake, even if we don't remember what happened. That we don't remember that the queen they're talking about was us. And he's just worried that we're gonna repeat the same mistake again. I don't want to be that kind of person, though. I don't plan on saving anyone either. What? Do you think I'm being selfish? They're already dead. Even if someone could change everything, that person wouldn't be me.
You were destined to fail as the chosen one, the moment you gave them a modicum of pity.
Why do I feel as if you don't have faith in me? As we talk, several small revenants who recognize me hurriedly approach. Holding the lumen floor they picked out, they ask me to help them weave flower crowns. Xavier has an expression that shows he expected this to happen. I sigh and push away the revenants. 1 crown each. Form a line. That's funny. You wonder what your bulges emote is? I don't know if... Do we want to know? No. This is yours. Kirby's all bulge. Kerbulge. Yeah. Hey, Toonie Boons? Toonie Pontoon? What expedition is this? This is the Philos expedition. How you doing, Toonie? You're back! Welcome back, Sodot. When I look up again, Xavier is already walking away from the lights and chatter. The night wind rustles through the grass as his figure quickly vanishes into the darkness. He always arrives without a sound and leaves in the same manner. His thoughts are impossible to predict. The ferryman and young king stand by the riverside. They stare at the lights and the singing revenants that the night fog has almost consumed.
You keep her close. Are you afraid she'll recognize you? Or are you afraid she won't?
So... I wonder if the ferryman is also... Is he a revenant or not? Because he shouldn't have any memories either, if he is a revenant.
She won't remember.
It won't be long until the apocalypse arrives. After this pilgrimage ceremony, the river might grow again. And it might reach the Tree of Life. Do you want to be a witness to that?
Should they find a method to return, they'll see Philos is no longer the place they imagine it to be.
As the hymn reaches its climax, the boat carrying the pilgrims reaches the center of the river. Amid solitude and stillness, he turns to look at the elderly man behind him.
Isn't it peaceful when there's no one to ferry?
For us who desperately clung to life until the very end, being trapped here is a punishment.
Yet sinners should atone for those who died unjustly. Am I mistaken?
And her? What will you do when she can't continue? At long last, there is something beyond your expectations.
When the time comes, I'll have already made my preparations.
Interesting. The Fieldos expedition? The Fieldos expedition? No, yeah, I mean, if that's... sure. If only it worked out with you, what? It wouldn't be your ex? Wait. Yeah. Okay. You're so silly. Seeing that he doesn't want to discuss it any further, the ferryman sighs and says nothing.
Don't you owe me 6 fares now, boy?
Your memory is getting worse. It's 7.
Centuries have passed. Yet I've never seen anyone pay your fare except for her. Where to? I won't ask for a coin this time.
His boots tread across the moss dampened with night dew. He heads towards a bustling area with lights and voices.
Nowhere. I'm waiting for someone.
Could it be me? No. Your water smells of smet. Yeah, someone said their water smelled of sweat, and I read that, and I said smet instead of sweat. But I don't remember who said it though. I don't remember. That's what I said, Soda. I said smet was what I said when someone said sweat, and I accidentally said smet instead of sweat. Sweat, smet, tomato, tomato. Yeah, exactly. Smelly sweat, yeah. A ritual conducted in the past. Wait, hold on. I missed the first part. The Revenants say this grand ceremony is based on a ritual conducted in the past. It was how the royal family bid farewell to knights before they were sent to battle. Interesting. Ah! I wonder if anyone gave Xavier flowers when he departed as a knight. I rub my sore wrists as I finish weaving the last flower crown. It's for him.
making one for him.
That's so funny. Smetan, you know someone with that name? You do? It's smut, but said with a Welsh accent. My ears perk up when he's mentioned. I walk toward the tents surrounded by the revenants. What did he ask you to carve?
A small wooden figurine of the Chosen One. It's you, my lady.
Oh, cute. Even though he kind of intimidated her into do it, but you know, still cute. Huh? Did he pay for it?
He only gave me a gemstone from one of his buttons. Was he trying to flaunt his wealth? Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. Oh, we're having an ad break. I'm not gonna do anything then. Cute is cute. I mean, yeah, you kind of established that earlier, I guess. You like to walk up behind Chris and whisper in his ear? Why does he have jiggle physics on his butt? When you say he though, are you referring to Chris or someone else? You walked into that one? Yeah. Whisper in your ear and you will fold up like an accordion. That's a promise. Wait, I thought you hated that though. I thought it would have the opposite effect on you. No jiggle physics on you. Damn, you roast your own ass so much. Like literally. So anytime Scoots starts whispering in the mic, you just that's all it takes for you. You do hate it, that's why you'd fold up. Oh yeah, you said fold up, not fold out, I guess. Chris needs an ass engine upgrade. I mean, if he wants to, he can always do that, I guess. Or, you know, a less invasive way to do it is probably try to do some extra squats or something. I don't know. You do you. Fold out? Well, you know, fold out your legs, cheeks, I don't know. Whatever needs folding out to have the opposite effect of folding in, I guess, or folding up, I mean. I don't know. Beautiful yet unoptimized. You know, see, that's a problem for a lot of women. You could say, you know, the ass may be beautiful, but it is unoptimized because, well, that's wrong to say because it's nothing wrong with people's bodies, just the clothes is what I'm trying to say. Because finding pants that fit if you have a big ass is very difficult. Just saying. So, stretchy pants all the way. Hold. I didn't say hold, I said fold. That ass may be beautiful, but it is unoptimized. Yeah. Yeah. Love how we used a whole ad break just to talk about Chris's butt. Hey, I mean, he seemed interested in that, so you know, we're here to oblige, I guess. But yeah, we're back from the ads.
He's only pretending to obey you. He'll spend every night cursing you with that wooden figurine.
What? You don't know him. That's an exaggeration, don't you think? Strange yet restless emotions stir in my heart. I look around, but I can't see him anywhere. Songs drift from the rustling forest in the distance. As the moon rises to its apex, the pilgrimage ceremony reaches its climax. This ass break was brought to you by Chris. Yes, it was. It's also difficult to get pants that don't constantly attempt to fall down because of the lack of butt as well, especially when wearing chains. Well, that's why you have a belt. You know, that's easily solvable because you can just have a belt. What do you mean? That's not even an issue. You need a little butt mouth to hold them up. You would think that a belt would help. Yeah, I mean, wouldn't it? That's what it's for. Belts stretch over time? Well, then you get a new one. It's like, you know, pants will also get worn out over time. Then you need a new one, and you get new ones. That's how things work. I've never had a belt that stretches, though, over time. But hey, if it does happen, you can always get a new one. The chosen pilgrims drift downstream in a small boat. In small boats. Damn, I can't read. They sail amidst the revenants' cheers and songs. The revenants remove the floral wreaths from their wrists and toss them skyward. There's a shower of light that rains down. Did he leave me behind and return already? For some reason, the scene feels strangely familiar. It's as if there was an even more magnificent celebration in my memory. What's happening to me? Pain suddenly pulsates through my heart. The violent tremors pound against my eardrums as an unbearable force spreads from my chest to my entire body. Yeah, so she does have a heart condition in every timeline. I wonder what this means now, though. That sounds like pro-capitalism. I mean, you can always get a, like, you can always make it yourself. I'm not the boss of you. You can make it yourself if you want to. I'm not forcing you to buy anything. You've had a belt that I had shrunk over time, and it's definitely not just that. Your waist is getting larger. Have you accidentally had it in the washer? In the washing machine? You've destroyed 2 belts this year alone? They break in the hole? They break in the hole. Well, have they been real leather, though? Because if it's, like, fake leather, I can definitely see that happening, but it doesn't really happen that easily with real leather, though. A heart condition. A heart condition. Why are you like this? Everything before my eyes blurs like paint on soaked paper.
Your Highness? Your Highness, tomorrow is your coronation ceremony. Starting tomorrow, you'll be the Queen of Philos.
Before my eyes is not Cindersfell, but a magnificent grand palace. It is as white as snow and radiant.
For your coronation, he asked for 20 carriages to be filled with fresh flowers. I'm telling you this in secret, so you didn't hear it from me.
Interesting. So now we do remember. It might be the case, to be honest. They updated YouTube and now it's worse? They did? See, every single update tends to be worse. And then you get used to it and then it's like, then that's the norm and then you forget about it being bad to begin with. At least, I hope that's the case now too. Where are his sunglasses? I don't know.
The children he hired lined the streets. They cheered and scattered flowers. Some stood along the roadside, others on rooftops.
Also, it's nice to see Jeremiah here show up as well. Jeremiah is like the only other person, well, not the only person, but the only person we know that came from Philos to Earth with Xavier in the current timeline. So he's like his only, well, one of his friends. Well, he was actually the MC's friend more than Xavier.
In the end, the entire square turned into a sea of flowers. Did you see it?
Is this my memory? Are they talking to me? Wild winds sweep through the area and toss aside the already weightless bodies of the revenants. They tightly hold their hoods as they gather around me.
It's the chosen one!
My lady!
Excited, expectant gazes approach me. I try to step back, but these individuals move closer. What did you just call me?
The chosen one! You shall save us, my lady!
Voices assault me from all directions as countless hands grab at my dress, their expressions revealing an urgent zealotry.
Do you remember what Philos was like?
You met the pilgrims in Philos. Did they find happiness? I heard that...
What are they talking about?
Help me! Oh, great Xavier! Help me!
What's Philos? Pilgrims? Who am I? Why can't I remember anything? Oh no. My memories have been burned to a crisp. I mean, it could be because of this flashbang, you know? Burning straight through your retinas to just your actual memories. Straight into your brain. Yeah, my memories have been burned, by the way. Burned to a crisp. My mind is a blank slate, and I feel a strangeness unlike anything I've ever known.
Philos is about to meet its end. We beseech you, your majesty. As the ruler of Philos, you must ensure this planet survives. The ether core within your heart can save Philos from destruction.
The chosen one has exerted herself during the pilgrimage ceremony. Leave her be.
The crowd parts. When I raise my head, I see an elderly man in white robes standing before me. I don't understand why he's smiling. Wary, I step back.
Take her away.
After he turns and walks elsewhere, a young acolyte immediately runs toward me.
My lady, please return to the monastery with me.
Wait! Please don't wander off!
I kneel on the moonlit grass and stare at my reflection in the river. The face reflected in the water is unfamiliar. The clothes I'm wearing are unfamiliar. Even the crown on my head is unfamiliar. Within the rippling, blurry reflection, numerous shadows stare back at me.
Come, become one of us.
What? Shadowy hands reach up from the water. They pull and tug on my clothes.
Become nourishment, just like us.
My thoughts, too, feel as though they're being pulled by countless decaying hands. I'm slowly sinking into a whirlpool.
Why are you here by yourself?
What? A white figure appears in the depths of the forest. In spite of the darkness, he's cloaked in a soft light. As soon as he raises his head, I freeze. Several seconds pass before I feel the faint flutter in my throat.
Why are you just staring at me?
Xavier? My memories begin to stir once the first syllable of his name leaves my lips. They slowly flood my mind. This long-lost familiarity seems to transcend time and space. It compels me to run to him and hold him close. But an icy hand from the riverbed tightens its grip. I'm dragged into a bottomless darkness. The group of pilgrims disperses. Only the lumen floor lies scattered on the ground.
Your Excellency, will we be able to return?
Worry not. The day when we are welcomed into the light shall arrive.
A raging gale churns the river's waters as dark clouds slowly obscure the moonlight along the horizon. In the fog, a boat carrying revenants is swept into a whirlpool. The vessel and its passengers are swallowed. They will never resurface. You wonder if they'd mind if you took one of the swords in the background? Probably not. Probably not, but you know, I don't know. That's your sign? Do it. The chorus of voices comes and goes like the ebb and flow of the water. It's close before suddenly becoming distant, as it gradually fades into the depths of the murky consciousness. Of a murky consciousness. Hey, Tusta. When I wake up again, I find myself lying on the by the riverside. My sleeves are soaked with cold water. Was I unable to remember anything before? As an outsider, my memories slowly fade away, just like the revenants. Wait, Xavier. I freeze before I sit up and look around frantically. Xavier? No one answers. I stand and start my search. I soon spot a familiar figure in a nearby field of flowers. Were we getting a cutscene? No. Xavier. I steady my breathing and stand in front of him. It seems as though he hasn't noticed me. Seemingly in a deep slumber, he lies quietly amongst the flowers. Thin wisps of black mist are wrapped around his body. It's as if the resentment of countless revenants is corroding him. His breathing is stable. His chest rises and falls with every breath. He's not injured. You will? Want you to fetch you? Yeah, you fetch me one too. Is he actually sleeping? A weight is lifted from my chest. I crouch down beside him and poke the back of his hand. No response. He's always been a light sleeper. He'd sensed my presence as soon as I took a step in his direction before. But he seems to have fallen into a defenseless slumber this time. I can't help but lean toward him, to the point where I only need to look down to see his long, soft eyelashes. You're always stern when you're awake, but I'll admit you look cute when you're sleeping. The person you like, the one you want to give flowers to, wouldn't she want to see you smile? I touch the corner of his mouth and imagine what he might look like with a grin. Without realizing it, I start smiling. Poor Xavier. Did you say my name? Or was I imagining it? Xavier. Who exactly are you? Deciding to set aside the unanswerable questions, I lie down beside him and touch his hair. The strands are entwined around my fingers, and I begin tying knots, one by one, for him. Don't tie knots in hair, that's not good. Next time you give me a cool look, I'll just think of how you're letting me mess with you right now. As if hearing my words, his brow furrows slightly. Keep sleeping if you're tired. I thought we were about to get an Astarian TTS for a second there. Well, now you just did it. Maybe it will happen now because you said that. Why is that sound so loud? Because that startled me. He suddenly opens his eyes. I loosen my grip, and the half-braided strands of hair escape from my hand. Our gazes meet in the darkness. He doesn't speak, instead opting to stare at me for a long, long time. Stop this loudly. It lasts for so long that questions appear in my mind. Is he trying to confirm something? Or is he waiting for something?
You're here. I had an incredibly long dream. I followed my teacher into battle. And then I journeyed through the starry sea. When I returned, you were gone.
His voice is soft and hoarse. He still carries traces of that dream-like days.
So much happened during those 300 years in your absence. I don't even know where to begin. I doubt you want to hear those boring details. Do you remember our little planet? I told you about it before.
He's talking about Uluru. He's talking about the little planet. I don't know. This myth has so much more references to other myths and stories related to Xavier compared to Raphael's. Which is kind of surprising to me, because I wasn't quite expecting it, but I really enjoy that. He has cool eyes.
The wavy leaf sea lavenders grow better there. I brought back some seeds and hoped I could grow them for you.
See, that's why he tried to grow the flowers. See, that's what they call it. Wavy leaf sea lavender, but it's basically just forget-me-not. But that's cute. He brought back seeds, and he's trying so hard to grow them here too. So the name of that flower is wavy leaf sea lavender? My hand trembles, and I feel a sharp pain. The brooch on his chest has pricked my fingertip.
Back then, it was just like this. I thought my intentions were clear. Why didn't you understand them? Maybe I'm the one who's foolish. I should have been more direct from the beginning.
Yeah, I was gonna say, use your words. He gently holds my finger and carefully wipes away the drop of blood.
When we last saw each other, you said you had feelings for someone. It doesn't matter to me yet. Why wasn't that person by your side when you were in danger? Forget him.
His persistent gaze stays on me for a long time. I can only nod in response. I don't like him anymore. But I like you. Is that alright? As those words hang in the air, everything suddenly falls silent. Even the wind stops blowing. The night is still, and the flower field is silent. Only the distant waters of the river laps against the shore. Neither of us moves, and I'm trying to think of words that could break the tension. Then he shifts closer to me. You were literally just typing that? His cool fingertips press against my jawline, and our breaths intertwine. I attempt to create some distance between us.
What's wrong? Am I not allowed to kiss you here?
He lowers his head, his expression indiscernible. All I can feel is his cool breath against my eyelashes.
Oh, of course. Why would you want to see me like this?
The hand at my nape suddenly tightens its grip and lowers his head again. Instead of retreating, he stubbornly kisses me. It feels like I'm trapped in a thick, viscous dream. I'm unable to wake up and unwilling to try. The warmth and pressure from his hand seeps into my skin. They carry an affection that borders on obsession.
This is my dream. I'm free to do as I please.
Oh, wait, he doesn't think that he's awake?
You're a figment of my imagination, aren't you?
Stop breathing. Stop breathing. What is going on? Stop it. That was so loud. Holy crap. Stop. Oh, so funny. I was like, I'm streaming this, okay? Relax. You glad you weren't wearing headphones? Yeah, I'm wearing headphones. Oh. Damn, my face is all warm and sweaty now because I got nervous. Like, this game is not explicit in that way. So I was like, oh no, is that gonna change now? That's not a good time to find that out. As our lips touch, I catch a glimpse of the lumen floor gently swaying. The wind has begun to stir again. Okay, so that's how that chapter ends. I genuinely did not think that he didn't think it was real. to turn it down. Oh, that's so funny. I'm sorry, but I'm also not, because that's hilarious. From zero to sweat. Dude, I am sweating. I got so nervous. I don't know why the breathing sound is so loud compared to everything else, but for some reason it is. The ceremony ended and those pilgrims were never seen again. The elders in the monastery declared the ritual a success. It was an auspicious sign since the Chosen One appeared. The revenants celebrated every night. The city was filled with statues of the Chosen One in all sizes overnight. There was also the tree bark touched by the Chosen One, the tiles the Chosen One stepped on, even the stone the Chosen One supposedly hit her head on after tripping over a branch during her arrival. Not that type of arrival, by the way. They were all treated as a sacred gift. The revenants competed with one another to preserve these treasures.
Your baubles are nothing. My hand was touched by the Chosen One herself.
People are thinking you're watching spicy movies now? Yeah. Love and Deepspace will never beat the Gunnar game allegations, it seems. Even people who don't know the context will think it. Upon hearing this, revenants surround him and let out a gasps of envious admiration.
You have been blessed. Excellent! We'll chop off your hand and mount it on the city wall, so every passerby can shake it.
Excuse me? This sounds like something Sodat would say.
You want to cut off the hand that the Chosen One touched? Don't be afraid. We're incapable of feeling pain. Or is your heart not sincere enough? I shall accept any sacrifice if it means I can be a pilgrim.
Okay. After I attended the pilgrimage ceremony, I realized that, as an outsider, my memories will slowly fade away too. If I can't return to Philos, I'll eventually be just like those revenants. Yet, where did those pilgrims go? Acolytes from the Order of Babel always avoid the question. Does the end of the river truly lead to the Tree of Life that's mentioned in the prophecy? Hey, Tusta.
Your solution is to follow in their footsteps. You'll see where the supposed sacred path of pilgrimage takes you.
They say the river doesn't end. If that's the case, then what happens to those pilgrims? They didn't die, but they didn't live either. No one has seen them since. The river silently flows as our ferry glides across the mirror like black water. A thin mist surrounds us. Come to think of it, if we're measuring how close someone is to the Chosen One, you should have been chosen for the ceremony.
I'm honored.
You ate meals cooked by the Chosen One, held the Chosen One's hands, and even embraced the Chosen One. And... Wait. Nose? I'm very curious. What would the nose say? What did you do with your nose? This nose. Oh. This nose has been touched by the Chosen One. That's kind of silly. He wrinkles his nose and catches my hand. Oh, it was because of... I did it now, I guess.
Breathing the same air as you is the greatest honor.
See? This is how men should be. No. Or am I? I don't know. These lips have also kissed. Remembering what happened that day, I swallow my words.
You don't want to continue?
You actually don't remember anything. He responds with an expressionless look. Then he turns away, and his voice is unexpectedly tinged with a hint of resentment.
You're the one who doesn't remember anything.
Oh. I mean, that's true. Not wanting to argue, I focus on what's more pressing at the moment. I need to figure out what happened to those revenants. If anything that crosses the waters of the Cinder sinks, perhaps the path they sought is there.
How did you get this boat? Or rather, how did you convince someone who doesn't accept credit to lend you this boat?
I mean, that's a good question. It's a long story. Simp harder? Hey, it's called yearning, okay? As I've said before, men who yearns are men who earns, you know? Sorry, not sorry for any comment I might make while in the presence of my... I mean, yeah. Honestly, I am very relaxed in the things that I say. You know, I don't say a lot of out-of-pocket stuff. Even, like, I might be thinking out-of-pocket stuff, but I don't say them. After boarding the ferry numerous times, I gradually became acquainted with the ferrymen of the Cinders. Just occasionally, when he wanted to rest uninterrupted, I would volunteer to take over. He didn't agree to it at first, and always refused with a cold expression, but as time passed, he eventually let me handle it. When I say the things, I don't know. I didn't agree to it at first, and always refused with a cold expression, but as time passed, he eventually let me handle it. When I encountered revenants who wanted to cross the river despite lacking coins, I didn't turn them away. I asked them to tell stories as a form of payment. When he discovered this, he always turned a blind eye. As for his background and why he serves as a ferryman for this river. I've asked him out of curiosity before, but he always refuses to talk about it. Every time I hear about the coins and the ferrymen, I just think of... like, this entire stream, since I started this story now, I've just had Nightwish and Planet Hell stuck in my head. That's the song, right? Where they sing... Save yourself a penny for the ferryman, right? That's the song that's been stuck in my head the entire time. To be fair, that happens every time I hear the word ferryman. You know each other?
You can say we're old acquaintances.
It sounds like you're old acquaintances from Philos. As we gradually sail away from the city, we can see the desolate forest to the west is burning. Acrid grey smoke rises skyward. More revenant knights have been gathering at the edge of the forest, and the strife is becoming more prevalent. Consumed by resentment, they fight each other with the hatred from when they were alive. Their screams echo amongst the dead branches and fallen leaves. As the bishop foretold, signs of the apocalypse are once again emerging from the ruined city walls.
I was unaware you were skilled at ferrying.
After the bow hits a submerged submerged shoal and spins around several times. He can't bear to watch anymore. He takes the oar from my hands. I lose track of time. Black clouds gradually cover the full moon, and the scenery around us grows increasingly dark and desolate. Something's not right. The boat creaks, and the river's current becomes turbulent. Startled, ravens fly in all directions. A chill creeps up from the water's surface and latches onto my skin. After passing through the dense fog, the river widens. It's as if that we arrived at a boundless sea. I mean, they did warn us about a fog in the beginning. I don't know if that's relevant now, though. Where are we? Where are we? Oh. The waters thrash violently as like an untamed beast. A looming threat of danger is palpable.
I don't want this. I don't want to be trapped here. Join me. Become part of these dead waters.
These voices. Where are they coming from?
Wait, don't fall in.
Don't follow the lights. Under the water's surface, countless invisible hands seem to reach up. Hatred pushes them to maliciously toss our boat back and forth. I grip the edge of the boat with all the strength I can muster. Pain pulsates through my chest without warning. My vision blurs. It's as though invisible hands are squeezing my heart. The inky black water transforms into countless golden veins. I could almost believe streams of energy were flowing downward. I feel awful. It's like my strength is being drained away.
Watch out.
The increasingly violent currents strike our boat. The river's surface discards its serenity and transforms into a massive whirlpool. At that moment, I'm like a seed. I'm plunged into a darkness unknown to all. When I open my eyes again, I find myself curled up in a warm embrace. Our capsized wooden boat somehow glides smoothly along the riverbed. A mist reminiscent of a veil accompanies us. I can hear the rapids and foam washing over sharp reefs, but I can't see the dangerous shallows. On the other side of the river, Cindersfell shores fade from view, and despite being underwater, I can feel the moist air. How does that work? Unless it's like an underwater tunnel-ish, I guess. The current gradually calms. Our boat continues to move along the dark underwater passage for a time before finally hitting a shallow bank. Xavier steps onto the shore first. Then he turns and helps me stand.
Careful now. If you fall in, you won't be able to float back up.
Despite the fact that water here barely reaches my ankles. The cave before us seems endless. Strange, tiny particles of light float in the air. Warm and bright, they feel oddly familiar. I can almost believe this energy was once part of me. Oh, wait! What if this is the core of Philos? Maybe, I don't know. A profound realization washes over me. Perhaps this is the sacred path of pilgrimage, the road that returns to Philos. The archives of the Order of Babel's monastery had records of a certain Philosian legend. It spoke of a mysterious cave that was connected to the center of the planet. Could this be the cave that connects Philos and Cindersfell?
You have quite the imagination.
The sound of flowing water gradually fades behind us as we venture deeper. The further we go, the more the scenery unfolds before us. Look at these light particles. They keep increasing in number and brightness. Perchance the pilgrims who disappeared found themselves in this place. As the words leave my lips, an enormous monstrous skeleton appears. Bodies lie on the shore. They're still frozen in the position they were in for their final moments. These monsters.
They're wanderers.
I was gonna say they're probably wanderers.
These creatures once roamed Philos before it was destroyed.
The gleam of a blade flashes, and the bone-white remains dissolve into energy particles before dissipating.
They were devoured by those monsters before they could escape.
You know something, yet you're unwilling to share it. He remains silent before turning away. His cloak billows out behind him.
If we could actually return to Philos, what will you do? Aside from finding your name.
I haven't thought about it yet. Is there anything you'd like me to do for you? Should I meet with someone on your behalf?
No.
The path splits in two, and for some reason, I can sense the energy emanating from deep within the cave. I take his hand and keep walking. We need to discuss a certain matter. When I return to Philos and rebuild it, I promise to fairly evaluate your merits and shortcomings. I'll start with revising the historical texts. The historians abandoned their duties and wrote pure fantasies.
And then?
Oh, because he said that when he thought that he was dreaming. I wonder what his reaction will be when I say this. I want to say that and see what happens. I'll traverse the Starry Sea. Yeah, I'll traverse the Starry Sea and visit every place the traveling bards sing of in their songs. I'll be like these specks of light. They emit a faint glow, yet they can drift to distant places.
That sounds wonderful.
Okay, I guess it wasn't anything too specific enough, I guess. If the worst happens, as in, I can't find anyone who remembers me and I'm unable to stay in Philos, staying with you would be nice. I keep those words to myself as I look at him.
It's alright.
Why are you guys not using your words?
The starry cosmos has many places you could visit. Take, for example, a beautiful little planet.
Uluru. I hear strange clicking beneath our feet. We look down at the same time. There's a deathly pale wrist encased in crystals. Akin to veins, dark red vines are wrapped around a ribcage. The delicate roots of eerie flowers penetrate hollow eye sockets. That's...
Look over there.
In the distance, a twisted tree looms. It isn't a real tree, but one formed by countless crystallized skeletons. They're stacked and entangled with one another. Their twisted forms are similar, for they step on those beneath them in a futile attempt to reach for something on high. Thin vines ensnare the crystallized remains. Together, they form a thick trunk-like structure that's deeply embedded in the planet. That's... 1,000 horrified thoughts flood my mind. This is the tree of life. It's a tree made from corpses. Maybe they're in the word economy? They're charged by the consonants and double for each vowel? Maybe. I've never seen these people before. Yet I recognize their clothing as garments that belong to Philos. Each and every one of their expressions are filled with despair and terror. They're like souls in the depths of hell who are seeking salvation. Were these Philosians trapped here? Why?
Philos is an artificial planet.
He suddenly speaks.
Their pretense of eternity depends on an energy source called a protocore.
Protocore? Familiarity washes over me again, and for some reason, sadness surfaces.
The planet found itself on the verge of collapse after its energy was depleted. However, the most scholarly elder in the royal capital had a solution.
I wonder if that is the guy that is the ferryman, maybe. I don't know.
The royal family discovered an uninhabited area with a chaotic protofield in Starfall Forest. It was located in the southern region of the planet.
I wonder if he's gonna share the actual story of everything now.
Deep within that forest is a cave. It leads directly to the heart of the planet. So long as humans were thrown into that cave, the planet's energy would never be depleted.
Yeah, because that's what happened before his father, the king, found out that it only took one person, which was us, because we just kept being... We could just die and be reborn all the time. We were forced to just die, reborn, die, and reborn all the time to sustain the planet. But before that, they used these corpses of the people that are there now.
Like the people who thought this system was justified, the planet possessed an insatiable greed.
He looks at those crystals that can no longer be called human.
They're the victims who were used as fuel.
Did anyone escape and live to tell the tale? I look at Xavier, but I already know the answer in my heart.
No.
He starts walking again, moving past the tree as he continues forward.
Those who defied orders and went to investigate disappeared after entering the cave.
The number of sacrifices required inevitably increased. No one would willingly sacrifice themselves for the planet unless there was a good reason.
Thus, the royal family came up with a plan to cover up their crimes.
Love a good corpse. You think you're too eepy? Well, if you eepy, go sleepy.
They no longer kept the sacrifices secret. They used honor to disguise it and called it a pilgrimage.
Okay, so it all makes sense now. See, this confirms that this has been Philos all along. Not only because of the cave, but also because of the pilgrimage thing. That's kind of what I thought from the beginning, that this was just Philos all along, but they just... no one thought that it was. And it's called something else.
To maintain a false eternity, they needed to weave lies, one after another. Every member of the royal family had to bear the burden of perpetuating these lies.
You were the one who ended it? He shakes his head.
Ironically, The one who did that wasn't even remembered.
It was me. Hope you unlock it. I did! I mean, I unlocked this outfit that he's using. But yeah, I hope you have a good night though, Palm. And sleep well. Get some good eeps. Although our surroundings are quiet, I can almost hear everyone's desperate cries for help as they face death.
Now you know the truth. Do you still consider Philos your homeland?
Chosen one, my lady!
My footsteps falter. I look down, and I'm greeted by eyes filled with absolute terror. That outfit is a pilgrim from that day. Tiny crystals, seemingly alive, spread from the youth's palm.
The pilgrimage is a lie. It will never lead us to Philos, or a source of nourishment for the cinders. The waters, they grow without end. Only then will it reveal the true path. You are the last one it needs, my lady.
See, it all comes down to sacrifice in the end.
You can lead us back to Philos, yes, my lady?
This is such a common theme in all of the myths in this game. Like, everyone is just using the MC as a sacrifice for the seemingly greater good. He kneels before us and presses his forehead to the ground.
Why won't you save us? You traitor!
Watch out.
Xavier wraps his arm around my waist and pulls me back. His sword draws a black and golden arc. It rushes forth and slices the figure's waist. The pilgrim, who transformed into a wanderer, falls to his knees. He prostrates toward the tree as if he's worshipping it. The crisis had passed, and the lie behind the pilgrimage was exposed. Yet I know that we can never return to Philos. One day the MC will sacrifice everyone else for this. I don't know if she has that in her. After we return, we seemingly have an unspoken agreement to not discuss that path of pilgrimage. All those memories of Philos are nothing more than obsessions about past illusions. Was I one of those sacrifices? And if I was necessary, then no one remembered me. Yeah. She was. Yet, after learning all this, I surprisingly find myself at ease.
Have you thought about your plans for the future? Assuming you can't return to Philos.
I'll stay here for now. Tomorrow's problems can wait until tomorrow. At least, I'm free at the moment. The small boat sways gently on the river's surface. For some reason, tonight's moonlight seems especially bright.
Here.
He grabs my wrist and places a small object in my hand. Is this a gift?
Yes. It's a special protocore. A trinket from Philos. It may be a fragment, but you'll find a use for it.
Interesting. Are you sure it's not a small stone or pebble? Ah, you're trying to make me feel better.
You can see it like that if you like.
Alright, the shiny pebble is mine now. Although I want his flowers more, this is the first gift he's given me. I've decided to accept the rock after mulling over it. Cute. Is it a moon? It's a pebble. No, it's a protocore. I lie down on the bottom of the boat and recall a similar tranquility had accompanied us for the first boat ride. For our first boat ride. Back then, accidentally touched his reflection and saw his past. I tried again at a later date, but I failed. An impulse to try again takes hold of me. Hey Hades, welcome in! I haven't seen you in ages. What? Wait, who redeemed the translation thing? I am not seeing that. Hello, hello? That's been a long time. Hello there. That was the translation. Oh shit, we're having an ad break. I'm not doing anything during the ad break though. Sorry, I didn't see that it happened. What up? Well, a lot of things. I'm not gonna say anything during the ad break in case you're stuck in ads, but wait, seeing as there is an ad break, I'm just gonna go and get some more water because I'm almost out. There we go. Praise the chair keeper of the butt. You know what? You know it. At least this game makes me drink more water, though. Because... well... there's a lot of talking. Maddie, hello, hello! Okay, I can draw a card. Let me draw a card for Sodat. You've been lurking a lot tonight? Well, I appreciate that. I hope you're doing well, though. Let me get a card for Sadat. Ah! That one just flew out. Ooh! Let's see. What is going on with my hair? Spirit Guardian Autumn. Letting go. Can you focus? It's because of the lighting. But I will post it in the Discord as well, so you can see it. So let's find... the description. Spirit Guardian of Autumn, letting go. Red, orange, yellow, and brown leaves flurry around you in a warm autumn wind. A small zephyr creates an upward spiral of leaves, directed by air spirit in a dance of color and light. In the great circle of life, not light, but life. The trees lose their leaves in the fall so that new growth can occur in the spring. It is part of the natural cycle of life. I've read so much today that I'm just reading everything wrong now. Surrender. All is well. You don't have to do it alone. The Creator is at your side. Letting go can heal the need to be in control. The stress of unfulfilled expectations, the anguish of needing to decide how things should be, and the tension of wanting others to act in a particular way. These things lead to unhappiness. Letting go opens the space for relaxation, healing, and success. Of course, there are times to hold on as if your life depended on it, but now is the time to surrender. You aren't succumbing to forces outside of yourself. Instead, you are opening to your inner guidance and to your soul. When you let go, the creative forces of the universe can flow through you. Earth-based cultures recognize the 4 power points of the year: the spring, the fall equinoxes, and the spring and fall equinoxes, and the summer and winter solstices had profound spiritual meaning. To those indigenous people, autumn was the time of things slowing down. It was the time of change, reflection, harvest, and preparation for the next season. And then we have the TLDR. The spirit or guardian of autumn says, relinquish control and let spirit take over. You don't need to do everything yourself. Release whatever in life doesn't serve you. Clutter clear your life. Simply open your hearts and let go and allow spirit to help and support you. So there we go. That was the card. That was the card. And I'm just going to take a picture of it and post it in the Discord for you. No more ads? Yeah, welcome back from the ads. How are you doing though, Hades? I haven't seen you in so long. I hope you're doing well. No, just not now. Dude, I'm trying to take a picture. Stop. Okay. Okay, so I'm just gonna post it in the Discord. And then we're gonna go back to reading again. Hey, 2-Star. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Okay, there we go. Posted. Chillin', vibing, falling asleep as usual. Well, at least you managed to fall asleep, though. That's good. How am I? It's been ages. It has been ages. I'm doing okay, though. Can't... You're sitting on the card. I was looking for it, and I'm like, where is it? And she's just sitting on it. But I'm doing okay, though. I'm doing okay. If you're gonna take a picture, it better be of me. I mean... Yeah. Dude. You're just all over now. Can you just relax? Ah! I have a hair on my back that's tickling my back. Tusta is the card. She is. Hey. Okay. I'll give you a hug. Look at her face. Well, now I have cat hair in my face, so that's good. Lovely. Okay. So we're back from the ad, so I'm gonna continue reading here. An impulse to try it again takes hold of me. The moonrise's light pierces the slender tree trunks and illuminates his reflection on the water's surface. When he isn't looking, I touch his reflection on the river. Oh? We're gonna get another flashback? Yeah! This time, I saw him standing with his back to me. surrounded by an endless sea of flowers. We're on Uluru. As darkness gradually covers the land and stars fill the sky, he places a cluster of light blue flowers before a tombstone. Wait, is that our grave? Oh no. He buried us on Uluru, and he's... No, that's so sad.
This is a beautiful place, and I've always wanted to bring you here, but I never had the chance.
That's so sad.
I couldn't find you, and I didn't know if you'd like the scenery here. I'm sorry.
His voice softens as his fingers slowly trace over the engraved text on the tombstone. That be the first queen of Philos. Her name shines quietly like the stars. Everlasting it shall never fade. The name I've long forgotten comes flooding back. The forgotten queen was me this entire time. That is so sad. But honestly, so there's so many questions from Xavier's story in the game that has been difficult to know the answers to. So I feel like this was actually kind of necessary. This was kind of necessary because there's so much that is unclear about his myth, and I feel like we're getting a lot of answers now. This is the next to last one. I've seemingly grasped a crucial thread as forgotten memories begin to surface. Xavier is the king who succeeded me after I disappeared. The truth is right before my eyes. This place isn't so different from Philos. Or rather, places where humans exist are very similar to one another. But if I've been in the heart of the planet for years, then what did Xavier experience? Why is he even here? Little by little, I pieced together the truth from the forgotten tombstones scattered across Cindersfell. The story continues. While I was gone, my knight traversed the starry sea. So, the starry sea is basically, you know, just traveling with with a spaceship. But I wonder if he went to Earth and then came back after that at some point. I wonder how long ago that was that he buried her. My knight put on that dust-covered crown. My knight became their king. It's the most magnificent coronation ceremony in the history of Philos. His decisions and achievements sent echoes throughout the cosmos, and during the test of time, they had spread far and wide. The people gathered in the square, bathed in the sun's brilliant radiance. They danced to the rhythm of drums and wind instruments until midnight. Only when the radiant moon hung high, its light making the city walls the color of bones, did he finally leave the courtyard. Thank God. Still wearing white coronation robes, the king removed his crown. Akin to a god's merciful gaze, moonlight poured through the dome and washed over him. Did he sleep well? What happened in his dream?
I miss you so much.
I was worried that we're gonna have another incident of before. This feels like a straight up lore dump, and you love it. Yeah, it feels really nice. It's been long overdue. After that, my knight picked up his sword. Monsters and rebels fell one after another to his blade. A new world order was established. Following centuries of war and chaos, Philos was ushered in a dreamy golden age. See, there are a lot of very berserk elements to it as well. Or like I feel like there's like very small nods, I guess. They adored and praised him. The ballads spoke of his wisdom and brilliance. All knights swore their loyalty to him. He was given the title Sentinel of the Stars. Yet in the end, they stormed his castle and held swords to his throat. Knowledge was lost, the world order crumbled, and war raged endlessly. He sat on his throne as a prisoner. Alone, he bore the weight of his crown. This was the downfall of Philos, and the story of his life. Love it when old questions are answered, makes space for double the new questions. True. Horseshoes shattered the monastery gates for the 14th time, yet the acolytes still panic.
What have you done to the river?
The bishop dismisses everyone and closes the door, his ashen face displaying anger.
You've discovered all our secrets. Royal blood flows through our veins. You, of all people, should understand that the planet will perish once we lose the protocore.
Yeah, because they're talking about the ether core that is in our hearts, I'm pretty sure.
The people of Philos will be unable to achieve eternity. Whether it's in the Philos of a bygone era or this city, the answer is still the same. The waters of the cinders and the planet's core can open the gateway to Philos, so long as they're nourished, of course. Whether it's these revenants or our queen, they're all.
Hasn't your tongue done enough lapping?
You want to kill me?
I have cat hair everywhere now.
The guilty must atone for their sins.
The tip of a sword is pressed against the bishop's throat. He steps back and looks up to meet a cold, stern gaze.
Have we truly sinned? You dare to claim the kings of Philos were free of sin? Those moronic subjects were asleep. They were obedient, and they wouldn't scream a thing. But you woke them up and told them there were no deities to look up to and no roads forward. Don't you deserve death? Open your eyes. The chance to save Philos is within our grasp, and yet you want to destroy it again.
The planet can die. Let it all return to naught. A world that can only survive through sacrifice should have never existed in the first place.
You can't bear to see her die again. That queen you failed to protect. Her heart nourishes those poor revenants in the river. and it's our most precious sacrifice to the heart of the planet. If we throw her into the cinders before the last full moon, we can return to Philos once more. So many have already been sacrificed. She's been sacrificed once before. What's wrong with sacrificing her again?
Yeah, they think it's okay because we will always come back to life because we can't die. But it's still really shitty. It's actually really interesting because I don't know if this is something that I should bring up now because it's like a whole topic, but like this game in so many ways is very rooted in feminism. Obviously, I mean it is also aimed at women, of course, but it's like but it's like how like it all links to how the reality actually is for women with the story in this game too. That's why a lot of women in the fandom get upset when people, you know, why can't we have a male MC? I was like, because that defeats a lot of the purpose of the game. I was like, you can play other games. This is not that, because it takes away the whole core of the story. Because this is a theme all the time. Like, she has her freedom stripped away from her all the time. She has no choice in what happens with her own life. And it's really sad. And that's why it's so refreshing, because you all the love interests in the game are there to be like they're always there taking her side in every situation and will never betray her. But yeah, it's basically like witch hunts and stuff like that. There's so many references to women and real history too in this game. But you just need to look a little bit deeper. But it's very, like, it is very intentional. There's literally so many other games with male... Exactly. I think it's because, I don't know. Obviously, I understand that a game with this quality of this genre is something that some men also want. But there's so many other games that are catered to men that let us have this, you know? We have so few games for us, okay? You know?
You were the crown prince of Philos. I'll let you be the king.
Your tired rhetoric never changes. This time, we'll find out if it's your call or mine.
The planet needs nourishment if it is to survive. Both you and her are suitable for that role. If you want her to live, you know the price you must pay.
Oh no. It comes down to this again. This was the thing with Raphael's myth as well. It's like only one of them gets to live. One of them has to sacrifice themselves. Moonlight bathes the forest in a silver-gray hue. Some windows in the distant city remain brightly lit. This is the first time he stopped to listen to the Revenant's songs ever since this false world came into existence. If there is a god out there, please hear my wish. May my death not be meaningless. Should our prayers be answered, we willingly surrender our freedom to a false faith. Night falls, and the Revenant's hymns tremble with the rustling leaves. Moonlight appears dimmer compared to before. In the garden, that single wavy leaf sea lavender remains exposed under the moon. A lot of time has passed, yet the flower still hasn't bloomed.
Yes.
Is it because there's no light? He nods.
It needs to be somewhere with light.
Is your horse truly nameless? He thinks for a few seconds, and his voice is certain this time.
Shadowbind. I only thought of it now.
Everyone deserves to have a game that speaks deeply to themselves. It can take many forms, yes, but it means that as many different people that exist in the world, that many games should exist. And some of them, or most, should not be 100% for everyone. I fully agree. See, that's why a lot of games and movies and shows these days tend to not do well, because people think too much about reaching as many people as possible at the same time. But if you narrow your target, if your target audience is slightly more narrow, it's much better to, it's much easier to make a high quality product. Like, you can see how well this game does with revenue, because there's literally no other game that is exactly like it. Because no one else has considered, oh, women also play games and like games, and it actually is profitable to have a game catered to women. And women only. Sure, other people who aren't women can also enjoy it, but it's not catered to them. But it is fully aimed at women. Like Demon Slayer? That is not true. Shush. Because that does really well. What do you mean? With a new name, Shadowbind tosses his head and neighs loudly. I try to stroke his mane. He nuzzles my palm this time.
After our first horseback ride, he disappeared because he was tired.
Hmm.
Do you want him to take you on another ride along the riverside?
I accept his offer, and so we leave the castle. With Moonlight as our guide, Shadowbind brings us down the mountain. The castle and the mountains disappear behind us. Wind races through our hair, and dry branches sweep past our ears. We ride past burial grounds and abandoned cities. The fireflies sparkle between blades of grass, and the frost-white mountain paths wind beneath us under the moon. that was a mouthful. Shackles, boundaries, cities, and fate itself are left behind in this rush of wind. We race into the night as it deepens and charge toward the boundless horizon. We pull Shadowbind's reins as the moon rises. We sit side by side in a field of flowers near the riverside. I tear I don't know what that was. I tear blades of grass into pieces and drop them into the water one by one. Some sink and others are blown away by the wind. When he notices I've entangled the ends of his hair around a flower stem, he doesn't get angry. He slowly untangles it instead. A moment later, he plucks a blade of grass and tickles my cheek with it as if to punish me. Time passes. He takes my wrist and puts a small bracelet woven with a lumen flora on it. It's tight. Are you afraid I'll get lost?
Yes.
The mountain wind is cold. Streams, water, and moonlight spread out to create a silvery gray glow that rests on his shoulders. I need water, I think. And also the angle and how they tackle it, because there's also Infinity Nikki, who is mainly catered towards women, and it's so different from lads. It's, yeah, absolutely. They kind of shot the bed with Infinity Nikki, though. I won't lie, but you can tell that they're really trying to not make the same mistake with this game. That's why they made quite a few improvements as well. My eyes are half closed when I rest my head on his lap. It's so comfortable that I almost fall asleep. Who were you planning to give that flower to?
You.
So now he's being direct. I froze for a second. I hadn't told him my memories were coming back, but a thought started to form. Maybe Xavier had known who I was all along. But I didn't know why he kept it from me, or what he'd really been through after I left. The past was like those rusted swords hidden in the flowers, left behind and forgotten. I remember the sword he once wielded was reminiscent of moonlight. I can't talk anymore. It's just like him. It's just like him. Do you know how to use a certain kind of sword, Xavier?
Why do you ask?
I grab 2 rusty swords from the grass and toss one to him. It's nothing. I realize we haven't even sparred once. This is cute though, because this is how it started with you know, when in his first myth they were just friends and they would practice sparring and stuff, and they were like the top 2 students. So they were the 2 most promising knights. So that's why they ended up competing with each other. People thought it was like rivalry, but it was just for fun. So this is like a nice little nod to that, because that means that she makes it very clear that she remembers too. Using identical swords makes their duel fair.
All right.
First move, second
Your
move.
strikes are too slow.
Yet I still managed to block your attack. 10th move, 20th move. These techniques are all too familiar. He extends his fingers, slides his hand down along my blade, and strikes my wrist. A tingling numbness shoots through my wrist, and I almost drop my sword. You...
Stay focused when you spar.
21st, 25th.
Who taught you that?
Yeah, because I think there was a specific number. I think they would spar until they reached like the the 50th, the 50th, that is a difficult word for me to say, strike. And then who would win after that point, I think. I think it was that number, but... Hey, Max Swolton, hello, hello! I'm live, I am live! How you doing? Welcome in. Let me use the keyboard real quick. I have a... She's so cute! I have a sleeping Tusta in front of me. It's like, I don't have to worry about waking her up by speaking. It's just, if I use the keyboard, because she can't hear me anyway. Oh, she's so cute. Oh, let me share it in the Discord real quick. Oh. She's just a baby. Aw, she's so cute. I didn't mean to wake you. I just... Have you ever played Date Everything? No, I want to though. I've been meaning to, but I'm probably gonna wait until it's on sale. Have you played it? She's so fluffy, yeah. She's struggling in this heat. Wait, you're playing Baldur's Gate 3 again? Well, actually, I saw that the other day. Or was it a week or two ago? I don't remember. Time is weird. My favorite man is there? What do you mean? I mean, he's my second favorite. Oh, you mean... Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, you mean... Neil Newbon? Honestly, I'm very neutral when it comes to Neil Newbon. I just like Astarion. But yeah. Oh wait. I hope you're doing well though. Have you played the Lies of P DLC? No, I have not. I will at some point though, but I have not, and I'm glad that I've been able to avoid spoilers too. Surprisingly enough. She's awake again now. Hey. Doing alright, that is good. That is good. Okay, let us continue. He's distracted. His sword spins through the air after being knocked away. I press the advantage and rush forward. I ram my shoulder into him. Grass scatters, and fireflies swirl into chaotic spirals of light as he stumbles. Unexpectedly, he falls onto a flower bed. We're getting cutscene soon. The tip of my sword pierces the soil near his face. The duel ends with me as the victor. Hey. There was a point where Instagram reels were nothing but Love and Deepspace, and they went further down into fanmates, but you don't even play the game. Well, you clearly have to have interacted with some of it. Even if you just shared it with other people. You know, the algorithm doesn't lie. Twilight meets Owl City? Wait, what are you talking about? At that point, you were convinced your phone was listening in. You were talking to a friend who plays it, and you were talking about it. See, there you go. There's your answer. I suppose the prophecy was correct. Xavier, I truly am destined to defeat you. A deal is a deal. The city is now under my control. Instead of struggling, he calmly tilts his head to the side and places his palm over my sword hand.
I remember you saying you'd stand by my side. If that's the case, then our swords should be pointing in the same direction.
He says this in combat when you have his Lightseeker myth. He says that exact thing. Our swords point in the same direction or something. That's cute. Dude fell into a flower bed Twilight style and there's fireflies everywhere like the Owl City song. Oh. I do not associate that with Twilight at all. You've seen fireflies before and they're so pretty. They are. I haven't seen any since I was a kid. And I saw, that was on TikTok. Someone was talking about it. Because I shared in Discord a while back a cat being really fascinated by fireflies flying around. And I just saw a lot of people in the comments saying that they hadn't seen fireflies since they were kids. And I was like, dude, that's true. I haven't seen them since I was a kid either. What the fuck happened to them? And I guess they're kind of, I don't know, dying out. I don't know if they're, I mean, not fully extinct or anything, but they're definitely not as much anymore as there used to be. They're rarity now because of light pollution. That makes sense. Wi-Fi has betrayed you? No! Not the betrayal from the Wi-Fi. Wait, hold on. Before... But yeah. I do remember seeing some when I was a kid, but... I don't know how long it's been, but... It's really sad. It is really sad. Meh. Hold on. You back? Welcome back. Okay, let's continue. I don't know what's going on with my hair. It's gross. Well.
You still haven't told me who taught you that move.
Was it Jeremiah? Oh. Or was it himself? I don't know. Dissatisfied with my evasive answer, he brings that up again. I don't know. If you've never seen it before, then I can only guess it's unrelated to you. He raises his hand, and his fingertips almost touch the blade. He turns his wrist. Before I can react, he flips our positions. Holding my wrist, he pins me down. Oh, damn. No. Xavier, our duel already ended.
You didn't say we should stop, so it wasn't over yet.
Instead of backing away, he's backing away. No. He leans in. His nose almost brushes against my face.
I taught you that move.
So why did you ask where I learned it from then? Does that line work about to go to Hey, you can pull off. See, this is the thing that a lot of people just don't get. But you can pull off pretty much anything as long as you have the confidence to do it. Like, confidence is key. It's really that simple. In most cases. Obviously, there are always exceptions, but... You said our swords should be pointing in the same direction.
I also said that soft-hearted individuals cannot become a ruler.
I should have gone all out.
Can I claim my prize now?
I push him away. I'm about to stand when a kiss suddenly lands on my forehead. Aw, cute.
You'll hit me if I do that? I'll do it more often then. I won't fight back.
Wait, so he wants to be hit? Is that what he's saying? We getting cutscene? No. I just know that the next cutscene is gonna be in the flower field. On the way back, he carried me on his back in silence, his figure seeming to hold up the entire night around us. He's willing to tell me stories about his past this time. So, how wonderful was this forgotten queen?
Very.
Maybe you're the only one who thinks so.
Many of Philos's myths and stories exist because of her. She issued an order that forbade anyone from entering that man-eating forest. She offended the entire Council of Elders.
Okay, he's not wrong then. Xavier, a bit of a masochist, confirmed. Well, the thing is, out of all of the love interests in the game, he's probably the most dominant out of all of them, which is funny. Like, people don't really think that when they first look at them all. So I don't. That's why I was kind of surprised, because like this seems unusual of him. Xavier, but there's no saving him. Yeah. Oh no. I think maybe we will be proven wrong of that at the end now of the myth. Sacrificing yourself is a simple matter. Bearing condemnation while walking into darkness is not. Perhaps the Mad King who's condemned by all is the person who can save Philos. Remembering the rumors I'd heard from those little revenants, I gently tapped him on the shoulder. A book said he refused every marriage proposal sent his way. Is that true?
What do you think?
Holding back a smile, I run my fingers through his hair. I mess it up before slowly combing my fingers through it to make it neat again. If this tree of life doesn't exist, will all of us be unable to return? I catch a glimpse of fleeting sadness in his eyes this time. If everything must fade away, then I wish I could stay in this moment forever. Maybe he likes to be defied. I don't know, maybe. Maybe he just likes to have to work extra hard. I returned to my room after walking through the moonlit corridor. The firelight gradually dims, its last embers casting a gentle glow on his peaceful expression. He leans down and kisses my forehead once more.
Don't overthink it. Rest. You'll feel better soon enough. And when you open your eyes, you might realize this was all just a dream.
But that sounds sad. My eyelids feel as heavy as lead. I'm sleepy. Yet why isn't Xavier going to bed? Has he never felt exhaustion before? See, this is very opposite of his present time, because he's like, you know, when people don't really know the characters a lot, they just think that, oh, he's the one who is always sleepy and you know, he's just always sleepy and naps and everything. So that's interesting that he's giving the complete opposite reaction now. A workaholic. I don't know. That's actually funny because he's definitely the opposite of that. Because his power is light, then he can also... That also makes him able to teleport or like move really fast as well. Well, I guess he does teleport, but you know. So he just spends a very short amount of time working throughout the day. Because he can just move around really quickly. So he gets everything done really fast and then he can just do whatever he wants most of the time. Yeah, has he never felt exhaustion before? Good night. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yes. We'll see each other tomorrow.
Honestly, Mood, yeah. He is very relatable in a lot of ways.
I recognized you the moment I saw you.
Oh?
When you return to Philos and see I'm not there, will you be angry that I deceived you again? There's a spaceship docked at the northern edge of Starfall Forest. It should still be working.
Interesting. Is this not something that he... Interesting.
Coordinates have already been inputted into the navigation system. You can leave if you want. It'll take you to that beautiful little planet.
Interesting. Maybe we can show him what he wants. If only, no. When I wake up again, I feel a boat swaying beneath me. I'm alone. An elderly ferryman sits at the stern. There's a dull ache in my heart, and my memory is a blur. I don't know who I am or where I came from. I look around. The river, cave, rocky shores. Everything is unfamiliar to me. Where am I? Who are you? I look at the ferryman. I feel like I know him, but I can't remember who he is.
Once you cross the boundary between life and death, the rest of the journey is yours to walk alone.
I mean, that is very interesting though, because it's like, now he's literally like like, this is literally the river Styx at this point. And I thought about it earlier, but I was like, is that a leap? Is that a bit of a leap? But now there's no denying it now. For some reason, I'm clutching an oddly shaped fragment. Is that the protocore? It emits a faint glow in response to the energy flowing from my heart. The boat enters a narrow cave passage. The sound of water droplets echoes and strikes my ears. Before long, the boat gently runs aground. It rests at the shore before a hazy halo of light. Everything is immersed in the soft, gentle radiance. Motionless, I stand where I am. I cannot suppress the feeling that behind the light lies an invisible force. It's drawing me in. The faint sound of the wind approaches from a distance as if it's coming from the entrance to another world. Respond. When my palm touches that light, a blinding radiance surges like the tide to engulf me. When I open my eyes again, I find myself in an unknown place. There's no sky above and no earth under me. The world floats in a sea of consciousness. The air is moist and seemingly flowing with life. I can almost believe I'm positioned at the end of a circulatory system that's making its way back around. What is that? Countless fine veins of light extend from a main trunk, a rhythmic flow resembling the breathing of a large organism. It's a beautiful, enormous tree.
Go a little further ahead, and you can return to where everything began.
Who are you?
Our fates are similar, and yet they are different. I sensed your presence when you entered the heart of the planet.
The heart of the planet? I feel like I know that place very well.
You must be feeling very confused right now. Wherever there is light, the shadow must follow, and together they'll coexist. Likewise, Cindersfell is the shadow of Philos.
Yeah, because that is something that I thought about as like, Xavier's power is light. Like, he can control light. But he hasn't used any type of light power. So does that mean that it's not the same Xavier? I don't know. Because he is basically the embodiment of light. So does this mean that that Xavier is the shadow of his actual self? I don't know.
It is also a failed possibility that continues to expand.
So Cindersfell is heading towards his destruction too. Why am I here then?
Just like how you saved Philos, you possess the power to save the city of Revenants.
If it's not the same, does it mean that there's two of them? I don't think so. Maybe... No. I mean, it has to be him. It's just the thing about this game is that it has so many different timelines. But the thing about Xavier is that he is the only one who hasn't died and been reborn yet. He has had the same life the entire time. But he just has a really unnatural long lifespan. Everyone else in the game has died and been reborn. So, as far as we know, at least. Old memories wash over me. I sat on the throne and waited for a long, long time, but my knight never returned to me. Oh, yeah, this is so sad. This is when he left Philos to go to Earth to be able to find a different way to save Philos and the Queen. So she ended up dying while he was away trying to save her. They told me the only way to save this planet is for me to walk into the heart of the planet. But if I willingly became nourishment for Philos, then why do I still feel pain and loneliness? Was I not prepared to be sacrificed? Was I waiting for someone to find me? But this time, I refused to repeat the same mistake. I refused to be Philos' salvation, and I refused to be everyone's hope. The Chosen One is nothing more than a tool for selfish people who want to keep their immortality. Be it in Philos or in the city of Revenants, it's all the same.
You are correct. Philos' destruction cannot be prevented. There was once a king. When he was still a knight, he reached the same conclusion. To truly save those trapped in eternity, one must return to the correct divergence point and create new possibilities. The current Cindersfell is but a false branch. It's a tributary destined to run dry.
So it's... A false branch. Interesting. Are you talking about going back in time? When is the correct divergence point? She lets out a soft sigh.
The two of you chose different methods to save the planet. Neither was right nor wrong. But salvation should never be achieved through sacrifice. The path of backtracking is dangerous. Success is far from guaranteed.
No, but he had to. He had to. So the group, like, he was in that went to Earth, that went through space and time to go to Earth, were called backtrackers. But if he hadn't done that, he wouldn't have known the current MC, like the present time MC. So we can't undo that. What do you mean? Also, I'm not going to continue with the story while the ad is running. I can't stop talking though. But the path of backtracking is dangerous. I mean... Yeah, so... The theory, like... I don't know, it's pretty much confirmed. But the theory about why Xavier is always so tired and stuff is because he traveled away from Philos. And Philos is... the planet gives them immortality. The planet is... The planet of Philos is the one that gives them the life force that makes them live for as long as they do. But seeing as after he went to Earth, he's farther away from it, so he can't use the nourishment from the planet to sustain him. And it's also said that the planet just... I don't know, it just ceases to exist eventually. So he doesn't really have the energy to... Like, it literally drains him. Because he's also lived for so long. So it's, I don't know, and there's just so much. This is also the reason why I am not good at talking about lore, because I get, like, I cannot keep on track when I talk about things. I just go a lot of back and forth. I am not good at piecing things together in a way that sounds cohesive and understandable to other people. But it's like, I have it all in my brain and it makes sense in my brain, but I can't explain it so it makes sense to other people, you know? So it's always nice to see that there's so many in this fandom who are really good at conveying the meaning behind lore and stuff. And it's like, it just makes perfect sense, but I am not good enough to put it into words to do it myself. So I really appreciate when other people do it. It's like a Nokia and it's finally battery powered. It happens to you with Zelda and Kingdom Hearts, to be honest. Yeah. Like, I love lore. I love anything that is really lore heavy. But if I am to explain it to other people, I just fall short. But this is so interesting because this feels so much more extensive than Raphael's myth was. Sure, we got some answers there too, but not to this extent. And I'm just, honestly, I'm kind of blown away. I didn't know that there would be so much. And I'm really happy about it. But yeah, let's continue. I remember him bidding me farewell in the empty palace. His lonely figure walked away from the royal court. From that moment, the two of us and the planet we inhabited created different tributaries of fate.
The ether core within you shares the same origin as this planet. Its power is from the depths of the cosmos.
Yeah. That's why I can sustain, like, that's why she can sustain the planet as well. She's basically just used as an energy source.
The protocore will mend the fractures in this world and allow that eternal city to become a reality.
But the tree said that sacrifice is never the answer, so how is this supposed to work?
Before its power is depleted, it can grant you one last choice. You can return to the divergence point he created, or remain in this false Philos. Everything is in your hands this time. However, I must warn you, if you choose to return to the past, this world will immediately collapse. Philos' fate might find a new hope, or it will march toward irreversible destruction once more. Even you shall become an unknown variable. Have you decided?
We don't even get the choice. I mean, obviously I would have made that choice anyway, because it's the only one that makes sense, but I find it weird that she asks us to make a choice, and then we don't really have a choice. And we don't even get the illusion of a choice. But yeah, I want to go back. In the boundless passage of time, eternity is nothing but stagnation. And existing in such a state is meaningless. More importantly, Xavier shouldn't be trapped in that darkness. The light fades, and I feel my body becoming solid again as I return to the entrance of the cave. I come to my senses and look at my hands. They're gradually becoming transparent. Does that mean this world is collapsing? The ferryman waits silently at the cave entrance. Only when he sees me emerge does he smile.
Go. You've made your decision, and I'm certain it's the best one.
Yeah, I was gonna say, even before I saw that the name changed, this was... So, as I mentioned before, Xavier and MC was training together to become knights, and he was their teacher. I recognize his face, and now it's like, now it's all clear.
My dear child, I have always been proud of you, and you've been through so much. As your teacher, I owe you an apology.
I stare at the old man's familiar face, yet I can't remember who he is. He says nothing else. He hugs me before giving me his oar. Wait! He doesn't stop, nor does he look back as he walks into the river. No! The waters lap the shore and wash away his last footprints. The small boat rocks back and forth as it sails along the inky black river. acting as my guide. The glowing orb of light that was hanging from the bow vanishes once the boat docks. Shadowbind anxiously paces back and forth along the riverside. He calls out to me when he spots me. Are you going to take me to him? Shadowbind stomps his hoofs before galloping off with me on his back. We're heading to Cindersfell. Sirius just came in. In these final moments, I must be by his side. No matter what happens, we'll stand together. I have a feeling that this is going to be the end of the chapter now, and then we're going to get to the last one. Perfect. Call it. Did you hear? I just snapped my fingers right into the mic and it wasn't intentional. So stupid. Okay, let's go right into the last one. I'm so excited to see this. And also kind of worried about it too. Wind sweeps across the wasteland. The sky is drenched in a blood-red blood-red light. In the distance, battle standards lie in the mud. The revenant knights stagger between mountains of corpses. No one knows when the horns of war sounded. On this night soaked in unnaturally bright moonlight, the revenants are reminded of the great battle that destroyed Philos. The king who destroyed Philos is the sinner who destroyed eternity.
You decided to face me alone. Shall we make a bet? Let's see if these people you're trying to save, in spite of your tainted reputation, believe in you or me. O survivors of Philos, your former king has rendered your sacrifices meaningless!
Hordes of revenants walk. They drag their stumbling feet as they approach the city walls step by step. Broken arrows and spears lie scattered on the ground. Meanwhile, he's encircled by thousands of revenants. Countless spears are thrust toward him. Countless blades slash him. The revenants have been consumed by their hatred and despair for too long. They need a living sacrifice to pay the debt they owe to the dead. Yet Cindersfell was never meant to exist. It doesn't belong to the living or the dead. The light blade that once protected the kingdom has transformed into the dark blade that slays the dead. Before its collapse, he entrusted the protocol to me along with Philos' last chance of survival. From that moment, I was the only person who could access the divergence point and return to Philos. Yet he would remain trapped within this madness in eternity's embrace, until the apocalypse arrives. I wonder if he knew all along then, and had been waiting for us to reach this point and make that choice. The massive sword roars as it slashes and cuts. It impales the revenant soldier after another. It impales one revenant soldier after another as they lunge toward him. However, the revenants slowly realize the blade that once struck fear into them can no longer reduce them to ashes. Silence lasts for a moment. Then, they erupt into a frenzy. That sword is no longer the arbiter of death. They cannot be destroyed. There's no need to be afraid. They celebrate, they howl, they surge like a wave toward the lone figure who still stands with a sword. Xavier. He turns his head, his gaze passing the flames and smoke of battle. When he make eye contact, surprise appears on his face.
How did you...
Why did you think I'd go somewhere without you? I spur Shadowbind through the revenant horde. Without any hesitation, I charge toward him. As our paths intersect, I lean down and grasp his wrist. I pull him up behind me in one swift motion. Damn, she that strong? I'm the one holding his hand this time. As our powers resonate, light swiftly coalesces and forms into a blade. Streams of light wind along the back of the blade. Power surges and boils between our palms. Before the revenants can lunge toward us, I grab his hand. Together we raise the sword once more. The two swords with the stars were always meant to point in the same direction.
Now you two remember, you can die together. Philos doesn't need traitors. May you have an audience with eternity.
The greatsword delivers a mighty slash. The wind howls, and the very fabric of reality shifts. Amidst violent tremors, a rift splits open the sky. Countless golden rays rain down and slice the dark clouds like sharpened blades. Philos' apocalypse shall descend at long last.
The light! It's the light!
It's the sun!
The sun!
Return to Philos, our salvation!
The sunlight is akin to a torrential downpour after a long drought. Delirious with joy, the revenants raise their heads and race toward a small hill formed by piles of armor. They're desperate to be the first one to touch the light. Yet, it's so dazzling and brilliant that it's impossible to look at. The revenants are forced to close their eyes. The black armor covering their bodies starts to crack. It happens once, but then there's another crack, and a third crack appears. Crystals rapidly spread across the skin that's touched by light. They reach their shoulders, chests, and arms.
It burns! Monster! I've become a monster!
No! This is a wanderer!
Is this the price they have to pay? Their faith that's forged from lies, a pilgrimage built upon flesh and blood. All of it leads to an even more absurd death. The overwhelming flood of light knocks them down and breaks them. In the distance, atop a pile of armor, a lone figure remains. He sways as if he's about to fall, yet he struggles to stay upright.
The eternity of Philos! It cannot! It cannot!
I think you heard his voice a little there. I mean, yeah. That body, which channeled the power of countless revenants, is like an arrow at the end of its flight. However, it stubbornly maintains a massive spectral form. In his despair, he turns only to see a light blade tear through the heavens. It rushes toward him with an overwhelming force. Light blades devour heaven and earth. Time seems to freeze in this moment. Then there is silence. Shadowbind, who's beneath me, vanishes. As I'm about to fall onto the sharp spears below, a hand grabs me. I mean, yeah, he was basically just made out of shadows. Xavier. The radiance of the sun and the moon emanates from his body, yet the heavy blade in his hand can no longer be lifted. The world falls into silence. Only he and I remain. He kneels beside me, He silently looks at me. It would have been funny if you actually said the name. He opens his mouth as if he's about to speak, but he can't utter a single word. I realize it's the first time he said my name since I arrived in this world.
It's been a long time.
It's been a long time. He wipes away the tears from the corner of my eye, yet more replace them at a quickening rate. I don't understand how he can laugh while saying those words. The most important person in my life left me for a faraway place. I thought he would never return. The days we spent apart grew longer than the days we stood side by side.
Was this your choice?
I shake my head, then I nod. He doesn't actually know my decision.
Good. The choice you made must be the best one.
Lumenflora petals mingle with ashes and float into the sky, dyed by twilight. Our story's coming to an end. Cutscene? Cutscene!
You said my shoulder was cold and a hard pillow, and yet you slept for so long. Do you like this one?
I do like it, but on God.
You have a unique way of showing affection.
I'm just testing how it feels. Wait. That's what I mean. It's like it goes so fast. I'm just testing how it feels in the moment. And God, again.
Nimble and light when you hold it. It's perfect for your skill level. It managed to strike the crown, has good durability, and is good as a sword.
The sword is well made, but the storm has passed, in this world filled with sunlight and flower fields. I could just pause.
We don't need it. Looks like you've been enchanted. You miss it already?
Of course not.
My hand would look weird if it's not holding a sword. But now, you gave me the best answer.
This is now they're doing the cute thing. Looks like a little bird's tail.
Sunlight and flowers are too peaceful. We could use a lively friend.
Wait. Don't do that to me. We only have one bird. It might fly away when it's too energetic. Make another one. Cute. Ah, stop doing that. When there's two of them, they'll be attached to each other.
Once they're used to caring for each other, they'll never be apart.
Wait, what was that sound? That was such a weird sound. Cute. Oh, not so cute. I was expecting that though. Was it just an illusion? Face so cold.
The sun is coming out. We won't be cold for much longer. We'll always be together.
What is happening? Thank God it wasn't.
Why do the knights always say, "May Philos prosper under eternity's divine gaze"?
Thank God it didn't stop there, because I was afraid that that would be the end. Because that was how Raphael's last myth ended. It just ended at the end of the cutscene.
Is it because we have very, very long lives?
In Philos' oldest historical records, eternity doesn't refer to one's lifespan, but rather the stories of humanity. These tales are told by both the living and the dead. The living gather the embers left by those who have passed away. The footsteps of the dead echo in the dust. Their stories shall be recited by poets and told by travelers around a campfire. When their names are spoken once more, only then will their unfulfilled ambitions, unexpressed love, and unsolved mysteries transform into stories that are passed down for generations. And to endure the test of time can be seen as a divine miracle. Eternity has always been about stories that can immortalize humanity's joys and sorrows.
As soon as I let go of his hand, the world is released from some kind of constraint. Everything begins to move backward. My consciousness is plunged once more into that familiar darkness. But a beam of warm light gently lifts my body. In the rapidly flowing river of time, I witness many miracles I've never seen before. So the whole myth basically started with this type of light as well. A tree learns to stand again from the scorched earth. A bird breaks free from the mud and takes flight. All the wilted flowers with faded colors return to the hands of knights rushing to meet their beloved. Tiny life regrows in the magnificent tapestry of fate. Time radiates outward with countless pathways leading back to the past. Until everything slows down once more. At the very last moment, I hear a gentle voice speak.
Thank you for choosing him.
Move forward. Royal Capital Lawn, spring. Outside the castle, the sky is clear and the air is crisp. The surrounding landscape sits in silence. The skylark's song drifts down from above. This day is no different from yesterday, just like countless other days that have slipped away in Philos. A small boy kneels amongst the wildflowers. He struggles to lift a sword that's taller than himself.
You had a selection of weapons presented before you. Why did you choose the sword?
It suits me.
Philos' royal family has always upheld a tradition of honing martial prowess. Throughout all his training, he showed a strong aptitude for swordsmanship. It's as if he was born with those nimble, graceful techniques already ingrained in his heart. In less than a month, he surpassed the older students who were training for a year.
They say that once a knight takes the sword, they must shoulder the responsibility of protecting Philos.
He slightly bends down and looks into the Okay, I need to read that again. I've been doing this for too long today. I'm struggling. She slightly bends down and looks into the child's somewhat bewildered eyes. She smiles while stroking his wind-tousled hair.
Is that the kind of person you want to be?
He follows his mother's gaze towards the corridor. It's lined with shining golden portraits of past Philosian kings.
Should I?
Predetermined answers aren't what makes us human. It's about embarking on a journey to find answers, even when you already know them.
Damn, that's deep.
Even I don't know what kind of person you should become.
Where can I find that answer?
She holds his hand for a moment, then she lets go and leans down to straighten his wind-ruffled collar.
Go to the paths you've walked, the people you've met, and the very depths of your heart. The farther you travel on your journey, the closer you are to that answer.
The young boy nods. He sort of understands. Hey, Lavender Rose. Baby Xavier sounds so cute. You had your eyes closed for a second and thought young Xavier was grandma? Was it grandma? Really? Well, to be fair. Well, I was gonna make the connection between, you know, it's the same voice actor who voices Luffy and Turbo Granny, you know? So, I don't know, it could be.
When that time comes, will I know why I'm supposed to wield a sword?
Yes. However, a sword is still a weapon. It can and will harm others. Knights wield swords for their king, and kings wield swords for their country. You shall have peace in your heart only when you wield your sword for the choices you've made of your own free will.
Royal capital outskirts Summer.
A field trip to a nearby star system? Who came up with that excuse?
See, that's the ferryman.
He did.
I did.
All of us did.
I don't sense a hint of remorse from any of you. Face the wall and reflect on your actions. Xavier, come here.
Yes, sir.
Was Traceback 1 your idea?
Yes.
The backtrackers and the secret base under the library were also your doing.
Yes.
I must have committed terrible sins in my past life. How else could I have ended up teaching self-righteous fools like you?
Wanderers have gnawed this planet inside out. Why are you pretending you can't see it?
It's not your turn yet. Shut your mouth.
Damn.
Stubborn old fool.
A kingdom will not capitulate to anyone, not even its crown prince. You will be abandoned by the royal family the moment you turn your back on them. Have you truly thought this through?
I know what I need to do.
I guess Xavier thinks he's some kind of savior.
Xavier
You're only
the
making
savior.
these grand statements because you were born with wealth.
This has nothing to do with you. You're jealous he's the crown prince while you're nothing but a forgotten hooligan from a branch that... Oh, I see. Is it because you lost to him today?
Matters involving the royal family do not concern you, peasant. You have no right to criticize us.
You...
All of you are so... Can you put the arguments aside for once? Or am I the only one who actually wants to embark on this voyage?
This guy shows up in... Is it the branch story? I think. Xavier's branch story? Yeah, he's an asshole. Nearby, their friend looks down with a smile and records the umpteenth quarrel among the backtrackers in the Knight's Handbook. Even when they first settled on this name, they were almost ready to brawl because they brought it. They brought it, by the way. They thought it wasn't catchy enough. Dude, it is so difficult for me to read now because I've been reading all stream, and I've been live for over 6.5 hours, and I've just been yapping all the time. Xavier looks into the distance. His thoughts drift to the spaces between the leaves, where a small bird is singing high above the branches. He feels as if the river of time that endlessly flows has come to a standstill. The chirping birds, the drifting clouds, and the wind gently rustling treetops seemingly freeze. You have an OC that's part of the crew. She's the only girl. Yeah, I mean, do we ever learn exactly how many there are? Because there's always someone new that shows up that is like... because he ends up, you know, killing a lot of his fellow backtrackers and stuff, but a lot of them are unnamed. But we never really know exactly how many there were, do we? Or maybe I've just missed it if they do say it at some point. He turns around and gazes at the green fields at the foot of distant mountains. For some unknown reason, he thinks he hears someone calling his name. Yet, under the dapple light shifting through the leaves, there's only one fruit that has fallen.
That brat hits too hard. Oh, I almost forgot. I won't tell her about the backtracking, don't worry.
What happens between us doesn't involve you.
You... This is what I get for trying to be nice.
So the brat they're talking about is me? Silvercord. Autumn.
It's time to go. While I was resting in Silvercord, I heard them singing stories about you. You always worry that you aren't doing enough. But you're a good queen.
I don't know why his voice is supposed to sound so muffled.
You always will be.
Philos, outer space,
Traceback
east.
2 is preparing for launch. We'll be traveling to a universe that remains unknown to us.
Stars sweep past the window one by one. During a long voyage, most interstellar travelers choose to enter sleep in pods. Only one does not. Although there are countless moments of lightning streaking across stardust, he sits alone in the cockpit. His thoughts are indiscernible. When passing a beautiful alpha star cluster, he doesn't look back. When passing a star that's about to be born, he doesn't look back. When passing the floating, faintly glowing dust in the cosmos, he still doesn't look back. The spacecraft finally passes through the long, seemingly endless deep space tunnel that's akin to a river that flows forever. It carries him to the unknown destination, or to an unknown destination. But in the universe, where time still has an end, he must have gone to where I am. So the conclusion there is that he decided to join the Backtrackers earlier then and gave up the throne while we were still like too young for him to be like have the same attachment. I don't know. Honestly, I'm kind of confused about that part. Because he left, like in the Lightseeker myth, he left the MC, or like the Queen, and Philos, and then he ended up going through the space, like the deep space tunnel, and arrived to where we are now. And then he met the current MC, but he never felt the need to rush back and you know, to the Queen MC. So I guess this is like kind of letting go of all, like I feel like this is kind of just erasing all of the Lightseeker myth in a sense. But I'm also honestly not saying that as in it being a bad thing. Just that it's an interesting thing. I don't know. I think I need to think about it more to know, like, to piece things together, because I'm not, like, I need to mull things over a bit before I can really understand things fully. Like, I don't pick up on the things right away. But I mean, they did refer to us as a brat, so I assumed that we were supposed to be quite a bit younger. And he was like bending down as if he was talking to a child, so obviously we are probably a child. But how that went from, I don't know how we ended up becoming queen anyway, if we were just a child. I don't know. But I mean, honestly, this has probably been my favorite myth out of all of them now. This was actually so good. Even though, you know, their myths tend to be good, but this was like, I don't know, this just felt so... It had so much. This one felt so much more satisfying, with like giving you answers and stuff instead of just raising more questions and making you more confused. This one felt so clear while still having a lot of things that you need to question, you know? But it wasn't like... He poked me! Oh yeah, I did see this earlier, I just didn't click on it. Okay, let us read this one. This is the last thing I'm gonna read, this whole thing. The Dusty Crown and Epic. If the night is endless, would you still move forward? Lincoln Grand Theater's annual original production, The Dusty Crown and Epic, is about to premiere. Based on various historical legends, the play follows Alcelon, the final monarch of a fictional dynasty. When the golden crown, sealed away for for 1,000 years, reappears in the world, it shines once more in answer to a timeless question. If the night is endless, would you still move forward? The curtain has yet to rise, but whispers echo from the temple cellar. The last monarch, Alcelon, was long scorned in the old books as a tyrant, I mean, obviously this is supposed to be Xavier, but... yet beneath the sands, the rediscovered crown and carved inscriptions tell a different story. He foresaw catastrophe and quietly built a place of refuge. He hid the crown not to reclaim his throne, but to preserve a sliver of hope. Even as the gods turned silent, he still chose to raise the torch. If you knew there would be no dawn, that the world would misunderstand you, that all you saved would one day vanish, would you keep going? The monarch who buried the crown gave his answer through action. Even if the gods turn their backs on me, I will still raise the torch, not to light the ruins, but to prove that darkness can be overcome. This play is dedicated to everyone who chooses to keep moving forward, even in their darkest hour. When you face the harsh truth behind the crowned, by the way, will you believe that the names forgotten and misunderstood once quietly protected the dawn? The Dusty Crown and Epic, coming soon. Stay tuned. Can we... Okay, never mind. Found out the theater has a new play. Clicked the link and somehow got tickets. Do you want to go? I was just about to ask. Sure. Saw it too. I was just about to ask if you wanted to see together. But I don't know the story that well. I'm worried I might not understand some stuff while we watch. It's okay. If you like it, we can just see it a few more times. I have comic books at home with the same setting. If you want to know more, I can bring them to you later. I can read one to you as a bedtime story tonight. You familiar with this story? Do you really like it? I love this emote so much. I read it a bunch of times. Maybe it's because I kept the comic books by my bedside. Then I noticed a lot of main characters in comic books or plays always stick to the path they believe in. So even the longest, darkest journey feels possible to finish. I'm gonna say this one. Anyway, you've lived a long life. You must have had a lot of those moments where you didn't have a choice. I experienced one this morning. I woke up late. There were no beef rolls left, so I had to get something else. But I'm pretty lucky. Even when I don't have a choice, I usually know what to do next. So it's never really a problem for me. Okay, so we got a new message because, well, we have gotten some extra affinity levels today, so... Did you draw something on the paper on my desk? I saw you drawing it looked like 5 in a row. Or was it actually an important piece of paper? It was just half of a game while I was bored. It's nothing important. And it was for Go. Isn't it boring to play alone? No, it's like Sudoku. Do you know how to play Go? I actually don't. Like, obviously I know about Go, but I have never played it, so sure, we'll say that. Well, can you teach me? Well, Go has 2 types of pieces, black and white. Remember this? And you've learned half of it. We can start playing now. Wait. Just so you know, I get real loud when I play. I mutter under... I don't regret asking me to play when I beat you, sure. Remember okay, I'm gonna say this. Remember, our relationship comes first. The game is second. So when the time is right... Oh no. What do you mean? I relax when you sit up? No, actually I hate that answer. The thing is... This is one thing that really bothers me when you play kitty cards. I think it is with Silas. And the way to, like, trick him, they all have different ways of, like... Or, like, not trick him, but you have, like, an extra thing you can do for each of them, and it's so unique for all of them. And his thing is that you can You can say, can you swap 2 cards for one of mine or something? And it's like, I actually hate, like, my pride would not tolerate me doing that. So that's why this one felt painful. I didn't know that that was what the message meant until after I'd sent it. Because, like, are you literally asking him to let you win for the sake of the relationship? Yeah, we got this new speech bubble earlier, so I'm gonna switch that. Ooh, I like that. It looks good. Look at the kitties! Look at the kitties! It's growing like crazy. It doesn't look that fat. See, it's like one of the things he says on the home screen is like, I walked past a cat that was even chubbier than the last one or last time or something. I don't know. It doesn't look that fat. That's funny. If it works, it works. All for the win. No, that's not. I don't like that. Dude, I can't believe. See, I can show you proof. $70 pulls. I did 70 pulls and I got both cards. I'm just really happy about it. Because I was at 67 pity. Almost at 70 pity, which is like the maximum. It is better to win cleanly. There's no satisfaction in a false win. Exactly. Exactly. I don't like that. Yeah, he's just sleeping here.
I am still half asleep, but you come before everything else.
It's Boop is not snoot, but nose. I also just want to see if he said the thing about the cat. I think he does say that a little bit earlier during the day, though. 70 pulls for the first one is insane, so glad you got the second one fast. No, 70 pulls was for both. Soda.
This is my face, not a mask.
I got the first one on like the 60 something pull, and then it was less than 10 pulls later I got the second one.
When you go on vacation, how do you like to travel? Airplanes, trains, or ships? No matter how many times you poke my face, flowers won't bloom on it.
Okay. I just wanted to see him talking about the fat cat. Okay. Are you comparing it to a chubbier cat? It does look kind of crazy. It feels like it too. Wait, what? It must feel great seeing how chubby it is, right? I squeeze it for you. It does feel great. That's cute. See, I don't know what it is. It's just Xavier and Raphael are my two favorites because they just feel the most real. I don't know. Like, this is relatable, you know? Or at least they feel the most real to me. Because this is just funny. Sorry for no, that's okay. That's okay. But yeah, I think this is where we're gonna end now because I've been live for 7 hours. Wait. Why can't I use any snoozes? Why can't I snooze the ads? I can. Okay, never mind. I just couldn't do it in OBS for some reason.
I saw a cat today that's even chubbier than the one we saw last time.
See? That's the one I meant. I just didn't. I forgot that he does say that when it's idle, so it wasn't something you needed to poke him for. He said the thing. Yeah. It's so funny. But yeah. That's where we're gonna wrap up today, because it's been an unexpectedly long stream. I haven't streamed for this long in ages, I feel like. It's probably not that long, maybe like a month ago or a little bit more, maybe. I will say right now that this is, it's not even comparable to me now at this point. I don't know how to say it. I'm sorry if anyone feels offended by this. Not really, but you know. This might be the best myth that I've gone through out of everyone so far. I've gotten all of them though, except the only ones that I don't have are the Foreseer ones for Zane and the dragon myth for Silas. So surprisingly, I have not looked at them on YouTube either, because I was like, no, I want to get them myself. I'm gonna go through them on my own. I don't want to get spoiled. Was it worth it though? Yes, it was. Honestly, it was such a good myth. And I think it's also because it got so many answers that I have been hoping for. And I don't know, it just feels like more of a complete myth instead of just raising more questions, you know? So it feels more complete, and that is very satisfying to me. You feel insulted? Sure, sure. Yeah, I can't guarantee that I'm gonna stream tomorrow. I'm gonna try though. And if I do, it will most likely be Clurbskur. And basically no reading in that either, so that's also good. Because I've been reading for at least 6 hours, and then I've been chatting the rest of it, so you know, it's the same thing. So my voice is not gonna be very happy. But yeah, it's been fun though. I'm glad that I decided to stream it. Even if it's just for me, I'm glad that I did it. It's also nice because it's nice for me to be able to post it on YouTube as well and get the full, you know, with the polls and the, I don't know, it's nice to have. It's something about these specific streams playing this game, because I only do it when there's something to do, like an event or a specific banner or something that I stream this game for. Or if I just go through a specific story. So it feels really nice to have it uploaded as a VOD, because it feels like its own, like, isolated thing instead of just doing a bunch of different in-game things. Does that make sense? So I don't know, it just feels kind of nice. So I read for like 7 hours. Yeah, kind of. Honestly, I was thinking of finding someone to raid, but now that I think about it, I don't know if I have the energy for it. So we're just gonna leave it at that. It's like a library or a collection. Exactly. It feels kind of nice to do, which is partially why I kind of regret not streaming when I got Raphael Smith, because I did stream with the first limited myth that I got of his. So if anyone is interested, you know, it is on YouTube. Went through some of the Catch-22 cards and Xavier's Lightseeker myth we'd gone through, and Caleb's limited myth that came out. Was that in March? I think it was the end of March. Yeah, yeah, it was released on my birthday, wasn't it? It was. Yeah, it was released on my birthday. And yeah, other things too. Got a time travel to stream to the Raphael one? Yeah. But it's fine. It's fine. It's not like it was the first time I went through Xavier's Lightseeker myth either, when I did it on stream. But we still did that. So, could always go back and do it at some other point. But comparing those two, comparing Raphael's myth with this one, I feel like this one was so much better. And I'm saying that as a, well, you can trust that I'm very unbiased when I say that. Because they're both my favorites. So, I felt much, much happier with this one. This one was so dense and so much happened, and it was great. And you didn't even see the beginning, which was also very... that felt... well, I mean, I guess you didn't really have to see the beginning. Well, I mean, you do, but it's like... it just got better as it went on, I guess. Also, that wasn't me just, you know, accusing you. You weren't here from the beginning. That wasn't what I meant. I know it sounded kind of like that, but that's not what I meant. But yeah, so I'll see if I'm gonna stream tomorrow. I don't know yet, but I will let you know in the Discord. I only really update in the Discord whether I go live or not now. I don't really say it on any social medias because... I don't know. I don't really stick to my schedule as much at the moment, so it's just easier to just look for when I say that I'm going to be live in 2 hours and then see if I do go live that day or not. And it's been kind of good for my, I don't know, mental health too, to just not be too restricted by a schedule, I guess. I feel kind of nice. We're really glad that you were here for the time that we're here. I'm glad that you were too. Best day ever. So yesterday wasn't the best day ever? Well, I guess for me it will be the day before yesterday, but anyway, thank you guys so much for being here though. I know that this is not like the most interactive type of stream because I just do a lot of reading. But it is kind of nice for me to do that every once in a while too. Like, I don't really expect people to sit and chat and hang out, and we